Yes, welcome everybody. Welcome. I see a lot of familiar faces. I see we already have 17 people tuning in right now, so I figured let's get started. Welcome. Hello Ramon, Das Glitch, Ariel, Taldarim, or something like that. Gonche, Doms, Cyan Mullen, welcome. Wiggles, of course, as well. Welcome to this stream. So, as you can read from the title, we are going to be making drums today. So if you have any questions about making drums, making drum and bass drums specifically, then feel free to put them in the chat and I'll try and talk about it today. So I have an idea for a track in mind, and in the past week I've been sort of like going through some of the ideas that I had over the years that I've been working on music in the past few years, and just kind of thinking about what do I really like? What do I want to make? What kind of drum and bass do I like to hear? And I'm kind of trying to combine a couple of things into something that I genuinely really like and want to make. So for a track that I have in mind, I need some drums, and I know already that this track is probably going to be pretty big, so I need really big drums for this track. Now, every time I'm working on a track that has a pretty relatively big intro, we get to the moment when we have to start working on the drop. We start designing some bass sounds, and I might come up with a couple of cool bass sounds, but then we get to the part where it doesn't sound big enough for the intro that I made. And that is mostly probably because I just haven't put as much work into the drums and the bass as I did into the intro. So I figured today, let's make some big ass drums and get started with that. So, welcome. Can you show us how you make breaks? Well, we're gonna get into that, so stick around. Stick around. Let's see. D&B drums like to produce a break. I don't know if it's necessarily specifically break. I don't really listen to a lot of his tracks, to be quite honest. I know his music, of course. Like, I've heard all of his tracks, but he's not really one of the producers I would genuinely, or I would like, I don't know, have in my playlist of like reference tracks or anything like that. Although his music is really good, though, don't get me wrong. Probably should listen to it more, to be quite honest. Swinging drum and bass drums. Well, that totally depends what kind of track you're writing, right? If you're writing a track that has a bit of a swing to it, then maybe you want to have the drums in swing as well. But sometimes having a track where the bass is a little bit swingy, but the drums are perfectly on grid, can also be a really interesting contrast. So it totally depends on the track. What's your top tip for balancing drum levels? Use your ears. That's the best tip I can give you for mixing any type of levels. Use your ears and think about what is the most important thing and make that the loudest. Like, at least with drums, like, what is the most important thing? At least in drum and bass, it's going to be your kick drum and your snare drum, right? So those are usually going to be the loudest, and if you then just use your ears to mix everything around that, you're going to be at least having a good starting point. Start with the drop and then do the intro. That's yeah, I talked about that a lot as well, but for me that doesn't really seem to work. I need to have sort of like a theme going. I need to know what the intro is doing, and then I can sort of like envision what kind of drop would work with that. Whereas if I do it the other way around, I most of the time just get stuck. But hey, that's different for everybody, so that's whatever works for you works. Anyways, let's switch. Stop that. So yeah, I think today we're gonna use a combination of synths, addictive drums probably, or some type of other acoustic drum type of thing. Probably addictive drums. I think that would be a good place to start. Actually, just kind of like make like a nice break with addictive drums. I kind of want to make sort of like a nice kit for Addictive drums that I can use as sort of like a starting point when I need to make drum and bass drums. So how should I describe that? Like just have like a good patch set up in Addictive drums so I can just load up when I need to make some drums and just, you know, flip through some of the snare drums, maybe tune them to the key of whatever track I'm working on, but already have like a good kit that already sounds a bit like the type of drums that you would hear in modern drum and bass. So I guess to understand what we need to make, I'm mostly listening to like a lot of the more modern drum and bass, and I think what is a very characteristic thing in drum and bass drums these days is that they are very, very programmed, very processed, and very defined, right? Like listen to artists such as Mephius, Noisia, the new Camo and Crooked stuff with Mephius, of course, Imanu, and all the other guys that are pretty big right now. It's like the drums have a very, very defined and processed kind of sound, almost digital. Well, actually quite digital. There's no sort of like, not really much imperfections in the drums. They're very perfectly designed in a way, but they still have that sort of like tonal character of acoustic drums as well. And that is something that I find very interesting. I think another good artist that I really have been listening to a lot lately is that I've, especially their latest few tunes, I've been really liking, the Clamps, which is also a good example of using acoustic type drums, but making them in a way where they almost sound digital because they are so processed and so, you know, well placed. And it's also because it's a combination between using acoustic samples, processing those, and then layering that up with more synthesized drums to kind of give them the power that they need. So what we're looking for is drums that have that acoustic type of sound to it, like the acoustic character still in the sound, but with the power that you get and the consistency that you get from digital drums. So that's what we're kind of going for today, I guess. How about some Guidra style drums? I know his tunes, but I don't really listen to them a lot. I mean, it's just heavy neuro drums, right? So it's pretty much the same kind of thing. It's just the between the different like heavy drum and bass artists, like the technique is all the same. It's like they mostly all do the same thing. It's just like one artist might prefer to start from this type of snare drum sample or this type of acoustic kit, where maybe another producer uses Superior Drummer instead of Addictive drums, or he has a real drum kit that he records. I don't know. It's the choices that you make along the way that are gonna change the sound, but the techniques are still the same. So regardless of which artist you look up to and you want to make drums like, if you just follow along, you should be able to do that. It's just, the techniques are still there. It's just, yeah. The choices matter, though. Your CPU meter is having a fun time. I mean, that's just Live 11, right? It's the new CPU metering thing. I'm using the current CPU metering, so if I switch to average, it's gonna be a lot more subtle. See? But I'm setting it to current so I can actually see the spikes if they happen. So yeah, I guess we'll just start with Addictive drums. That would be a good place to start. So let's load up an Addictive drums. Okay, and we'll just stick with the default kit for now. We'll probably change that out later. And I'll just quickly, let's just write ourselves some drums. So I have something in mind. Let's see, this is one bar. I want to have two specific drum patterns that I'm going to be using. So I'll show you which ones I mean. So we have kick. So the first pattern is going to be kick on the first beat, basically. And let's actually, let me also beef this up a little bit so it's a little bit louder. Because by default, Addictive drums is a little quiet. Do some isotope trash on that. Just, there, and just back the style down a little bit. Okay, so let's loop that. Any benefit using addictive drums over samples or Ableton Drum Rack? I mean, it all works, right? It all works. It doesn't really matter. I just like the workflow of addictive drums and just how... So, like, you have everything in here. You can mix everything as well. You've got all the effects here that you can use. You've got the different buses as well. So you have a lot of control already in this plugin, all inside of this one plugin, which is very nice. So yeah, that's why I like that. And it has a very good selection of samples to start from. So, but you can use a drum rack just as well, or you can use acoustic samples that you've grabbed from some website online or anything like that. It doesn't really matter. You can do all of that. So the first pattern that I want, I kind of want to make a drop that, and I'm not sure if we're going to actually make the drop today. If we do, then we will probably try out using a little bit of Arturia Pigments. I'm not sure if we're going to use that for the drop sounds itself, but probably for the intro sounds, because I really like Pigments for like more atmosphere kind of things. As you guys might have seen, Arturia has released the update to Pigments. Pigments 3.5 is out, and they include wavetables from your boy. Yeah, I can finally say it. I had to shut up about it for a while, but I can finally talk about it. I was asked by Arturia to create wavetables for the new Pigments 3.5 update. So not all of the wavetables in the new update are made by me, but a bunch of them are. And yeah, it was a lot of fun making these wavetables. So yeah, if we do get to making some kind of other stuff than drums today, then we will probably go to that and use that. Yeah, the new Pigments is dope. Like I said, I have used it in a couple of streams in the last few weeks, but I never really showed any of the features that are new, because I basically wasn't allowed to talk about it yet. For good reason, of course. Like, if something isn't out yet, then you can't really talk about it, unless they specifically tell you to. But yeah, it's great. I really like Pigments. There's a couple of things still, though, that I think it would be nice to see and would be nice to have improved. But I'll definitely get to that and talk about those things with the people from Arturia, because I do have some ideas of things that could be added in the future. But yeah, it's a really nice update. I think there's some cool extra features. The cross modulation stuff is really nice. You can now do FM from the other engine, which is really cool, and basically allows you to do stuff like what you could do, for instance, in Serum, where you can do FM from B, whereas in here you just had a modulator, basically, which is basically just an oscillator, and you could just choose from a couple of different waveforms. But now you can actually switch this to engine 2, and then it just takes whatever is in here, and you can use any of these engines. So that's really cool. And the new distortion is also really nice. I am a big fan of the new distortion module, with the built-in filter and all the different distortion types. It's a big improvement, I would say. What does this synth do? It's kind of like a hybrid synth. It does, if we just open up a new preset, so we have a blank one. So we have 2 engines. In every engine, you can choose between wavetable, which obviously is just going to be your wavetable oscillator, and here we also have the new wavetables. A bunch of these are made by me. That one. That one. For the other ones, these 2, a couple probably, but all these, the noisy signs are made by me. The Pigments one is made by me. Sleazeback is made by me. These spectral ones are made by me. The last one. So there's a whole bunch of new wavetables now that are pretty cool. And other than that, though, it has a couple of other really interesting engines. It has, well, of course, it has the capability to do FM stuff. So you can do FM, phase mod, phase distortion, and wavefolding. And you can do that from the modulator here, or, of course, the other engine, which is basically your other oscillator. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And then you've got your an analog oscillator with 3 oscillators in one, and they have pitch drifting, which is really nice. So you can use that to kind of create, well, more analog type sounds, because they already have some sort of randomized pitch drift, which is really, really cool. A regular sampler, basically, with like mapping stuff and all that kind of stuff. You can load up to 6 samples in there, and that sampler engine also has a granular mode, so you can switch this out. And this mode is what I think I like the most about Pigments. I've been using a lot of Quanta for granular stuff, but this one is so powerful. It's so, especially combined with this whole modulation section that you can see below it, this thing is really powerful. Then you have one final engine, which is kind of interesting. This is a harmonic engine, so that just creates like interesting. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to describe this one. Maybe somebody in the chat can. But you can just offset the harmonics and create all kinds of weird sounds like that. So if you, for instance, take an LFO or something and map that to here, you can see that the fundamental stays the same while the harmonics are moving around, and then we can use these things here to kind of create cuts in that, and it's absolutely insane. There's so much power behind this. Yeah, it's an additive engine. Exactly, it's an additive engine. I haven't really played around with this one too much yet. I definitely should use this one more, but I need to get more familiar with it. But it's a really powerful thing as well. It's very interesting, and it's a different approach to doing this kind of stuff, so it's kind of nice. But it's also different from most like additive synths or like additive oscillators in synths. Most of the time they work in a way where you just draw the partials, right? Whereas this one kind of works different. It just gives you all of the partials and then you take something away from it, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, it's a really nice update, so definitely looking forward to using this more and creating videos with it. One of the features, though, I think it really needs is a phase dial on every oscillator type, on every engine. I want to be able to rotate the phase of the oscillators, because that's one thing that I ran into when I was making patches for this. It's just, sometimes I am so familiar to using, you know, rotating the phase on oscillators when I'm making bass sounds, for instance, especially when it's like really, really heavy bass sounds. A lot of times, a small change, if you're using 2 oscillators, for instance, and just a small change on the phase on one of them can hugely affect the sound if you're dealing with something like distortion. So that's one thing that I've definitely not been, or that I've been missing in Pigments. But other than that, I think it's a very powerful synth. And I mean, I don't think that would be that hard to include in one of the future updates, so it's probably not, like, even on this, there's no phase offsetting. Or I am missing something, but... like, I mean, of course, the drift is gonna do that as well. Like, if you have the drift up, then it's going to kind of offset the phase a little of them, because they're different pitches, right? So eventually they're gonna drift apart. But actually having, like, a phase dial on every oscillator would be very nice. And I think the one other thing that bugs me is that the pitch bend range, or the pitch range, the coarse pitch range on some of the oscillators is different. Like here it is 36 up and 36 down, and on the modulator it's something slightly different or something. Or maybe they changed that. Oh, it's also 36. Maybe it was the sub oscillator. Oh, that one is also the same. Oh, maybe they actually fixed that. Because on one of the previous versions I was playing around and I was adding like is this one Yeah, see, this one has a larger range. This one has a range of 60. So I was like, at some point I was working with a patch where I was using a pitch envelope, and I had to use this coarse pitch to kind of make the pitch drop because I was using multiple different engines. So I had to sort of like do some maths and figure out what the range for that pitch envelope had to be, because the range of the pitch here on these coarse tuning here is different from the ones here, for instance. Right, so I was doing FM on the sound and a pitch envelope, and that's why I had to tune this one, and it was also set to absolute, I think, so I had to, it was a mess, but I had to figure out what the pitch bend range was for these different coarse tunings, which was a little bit, I'm not sure, like, if all the ranges of the coarse tunings would be exactly the same, you don't have to do that at all. So, like, I like that this one has such a large range of 60 semitones up and down, so just make this one 60 up and down as well. You know, something like that. That would basically fix that, and you don't have to do any of those things. But yeah, like, a phase control is definitely what it needs. No, what I mean is, like, if you have an oscillator, I want to be able to rotate from where in the waveform it starts, right? So if you have an oscillator like this, let's just do a new preset, so we have a sine wave. Right now it just starts from here, right? It just starts from here, especially if we use the wavetable oscillator and not have any pitch drift. It's just going to start from here. And there's no way to offset the phase of that start position. Now, if you're only using one oscillator, that's not really that big of a deal. But if you're using multiple, or doing something like designing a kick drum or a snare drum, and you're using multiple oscillators and you need to phase align them, you can do that. So that's one thing that I've been, it's a little bit annoying. You do have these things right here, but I haven't been able to get something to phase rotate properly. Yeah, just like what Serum can do, or most synths can do. You know, that's one thing I don't know why it's not in Pigments yet, but I saw that it's actually something that some people have been requesting, so it's probably going to be included in one of the few. You're playing with Pigments 3.5 now, but you cannot get your legato to work. I can really quickly show you. So, I'm not sure, have you already set it here? So right here on the keyboard tab, poly, legato. That's the one thing that you first need to do. Have you already done that? Jack. And then you have, of course, your glide right here. So if you only wanted to glide when you overlap notes, you need to turn this off and turn your glide time up. Yes, okay. Then, what probably is the problem is that you're using a modulator, and that modulator is not using the same mode. So every modulator has its own mode. So as you can see right here on the envelopes, you can see every modulator has this gate source. That is what controls the polyphony of every modulator as well. So the modulators have their own polyphony setting, and that is not connected to this one. So if you want to, for instance, are using envelope 2 or LFO 2 or 1 or one of the functions or the randomizers, every one of these has that reset source or gate or whatever they call it. All you have to do is switch that to legato keyboard. Or if you want it to be monophonic, but you still want that envelope to retrigger when you have an overlapping legato note, you set it to mono keyboard. I set up engine 2, and it's modulating wavetable 2. Wait, what? You set up engine 2, it's modulating wavetable 2, what? First of all, yeah, I would have to see the patch, I guess, for that to explain. But my guess is that it's basically just one of the things here that you need to switch to legato. That's my guess. Anyways, let's get into what we were actually gonna do, and that's making drums. We were talking about what drum patterns I was gonna use. Sorry, Engine 2, Wavetable 1. Yeah, like I said, it's probably just one of the reset things that you need to fix on one of the modulators. That's probably it. I had it too. I was making some patches and I was like, when I have this res and I re-trigger this node, even though it overlaps and it's using the glide, for some reason it just jumps when I have that node coming in. I'm just like, why? It's legato. And I was like, and I couldn't figure it out either. And then at some point I was like, oh, wait a second, what's this? Poly keyboard on the LFO? And I was like, hey, what's that? Oh, okay. Set that to the legato. And then you just have your LFO just continuing nicely if you have a legato node. Not really sure out of the top of my head how much Pigments is. I know this update is free for all Pigments owners, I think, but or at least Pigments 3 owners. I'm not sure if you haven't updated to Pigments 3 yet, then if that is a free update. But if you've owned Pigments 3, then you will get this update for free, I believe. So it was a function. Yeah, functions are kind of interesting. They're kind of like LFOs, but you can also make them work as an envelope, and you got a little bit more freedom about over the shape, which is kind of nice. Well, I mean, it is a global command, or it is a command that you said, like, but you said it individually for the actual notes that you're playing and the modulators. So you can have the notes being legato, but the modulators still re-trigger, which is very interesting. Okay, so like I said, I have a track in mind. It's gonna be pretty big track. Yeah, let's get into drums. It's time to get into drums. It's gonna be a pretty big track. That's something I haven't written anything yet for that track because I want to get the drums done first. I know that the drums need to be really big, and they're gonna be 2 patterns. So the first 4 bars of the drop are going to be basically the pattern with the kick on the first beat, and then a snare drum here, and a snare drum here. So we're gonna have that. That pattern. That's going to repeat 4 times. And then on this section, we're going to have a variation where we're just going to have the snare drum here, and then we're going to have an extra kick. So we just get that pattern. So that's what we're going to have basically throughout most of the drop, I think. At least for the first half of the drop of this. Yeah, like in I know in Vital and in Serum as well, the polyphony is just set to it's just connected to all the modulators right away. And in most synths it would act that way. It's just interesting that they've done it that way, but it does open up some interesting possibilities, so it's quite nice. Quiet though. Here, add a little, there we go. That's something that we can work with. Okay, let's focus on this section first. So we need some extra stuff as well, obviously. We're gonna need a couple of ghost snares as well. So I'm thinking one here and one here. Those are probably gonna be that. And we need some hats as well. Put a couple of there as well. And I know it still sounds like crap, but this is just the pattern that we need. So this is roughly the pattern, I think. We can play around with using that one maybe. Slightly different sounding snare drum. Or using that rim shot. But let's just use that one for now. And then the other pattern, we're just gonna copy these, and these are probably gonna change at some point. We need to play around with the velocities and everything. Let's paste that in here. And I'm actually going to do this so that we have one full clip here, so that I can make sure that all the kick drums are the same level. The kick drums are not going to be as loud as well, because if you hear, when we go up, we get a lot of sort of like, we get a very aggressive sound on the kick, a lot of high frequencies, which I don't think we necessarily need. So we can keep that one a little bit quieter. Like that, probably. And then those snare drums are going to be quite loud compared to the kick, because that's the type of sound we're probably going to be after. And you can already see, because of the saturation that I've applied with trash, on the oscilloscope here, you can see, even though that the kick drum is much quieter than the snare drum, they still are roughly the same volume after the saturation. See? Just the hats and the ghost snares are quieter. Okay. Yeah, that is such a good trick in trash. Like, those two presets are both really nice. The electric trash, but just be sure to bring down the style, because otherwise it's gonna do a lot of sort of like weird wave shaping. You kind of get some kind of zappy sounds, which are not really that nice, especially on transients and kick drums, like digital kick drums especially. But just bring that down to like 0.20 to 0.25, something like that, or even lower. Just want to have a little bit of curve basically introduced like that. And then the other one is quite nice as well, but this one does tend to add a lot of extra high frequencies, so you might want to sometimes bring the mix down a little. But it's a really nice way to just give something a little bit of extra volume. Okay, so then on this one, on the second half, we want to have some ghost snares as well. So we're going to use the same type of ghost snares here. Like that. There, and there. And then I want to probably have a little extra one, and that's where we can probably use that one, which is kind of... See? It's kind of the same tone, but it has less of a transient. So we can use that one maybe right in front of that next kick. Here as well. And then let's not do it right here at the end. And then on the end here, let's open this up a bit. So these are the hats right here at the top. So on the last... check. Oh yeah, so here on the last beat, I'm also going to make a change. We're going to introduce another kick right here. And we're going to take these ghost hits out. Then we're going to take this one out at the end there. So now we should have this. And we can maybe even do a little double kick there, so that we get a little something like that. Now it's time to actually go and make a patch. So let's load up the... If I'm correct, there is an initialized patch. Let's open up this one. That is completely empty. Yes, exactly. So we're just going to make it completely from scratch. There's nothing enabled right now. Everything is turned off, so there's no effects applied in here. We're going to do everything from scratch. because that way we have basically the most amount of control. You can also start from one of the kits if you like that, but I like to just do it this way. Okay, let's see. What should we make? What should we do first? I figured the snare drum is probably the best one because that is like the most the meat of the drums. There's a lot of snare drums in this pattern. So I figured that would probably be the best one to start with. So we can go into here and we can click on list and we can find ourselves a snare drum. One moment. Somebody is texting me. Important. Doesn't seem as important. Okay, cool. Then we can continue. Let's see. Snare drum. Okay, so what we can do, for instance, we can now play this, and because we have nothing in this kit, we can just play this, and we're only gonna hear snare drums. We're gonna find one that we like. The Pearl reference is quite nice. There's a lot of ring to it. That one's pretty good too. That one's quite nice. This one is also pretty good. You know what? Let's start off with this one. The green looks funky. Yeah, I mean, some of them are pretty nice. But you're really gonna hear it when we have more of like a patch set up and when we have like some processing going on and when they're a little bit more pitched so that they sound more like drum and bass drums, because right now they don't sound like drum and bass drums at all. And that's what we need to do. So we need to turn these drums into something that is a lot more like drum and bass, which it's definitely not right now. But let's find a kick as well. So, oh wait, let's swap it out for this one. I kind of like that one. Really low, but we're gonna pitch it up a lot. So, like again, we can't really hear well right now what they're gonna sound like when they're processed. So let's just pick a random one, and just start it from that one, and then we'll figure out which one we're actually gonna use later. So now we got this. Now really all that we need is a hi-hat, because basically everything else we already have. We're not really using all of these other things, at least not yet. So we'll probably fill those up later as well, but right now we only really need a hat. Cool. Okay. So now yeah, I might actually make a video about this later as well, where I condense this information into like an actual video. But having this on a stream, I figured this would be nice because that also gives me a little bit more freedom to kind of play around with it and figure out myself what works best and what I like most, and then making the video is going to be easier as well, because then I can kind of cut out all the, you know, all the bullshit parts and where we're talking about stuff that doesn't matter or anything. So, yeah, and all of you can kind of say to yourself, you've been here and you've already seen it before the video was made. Hey! Enjoy yourself. Yeah, exactly. So that's what we have now. Now you can already hear, even though it sounds completely not like drum and bass drums, it's a drum and bass drum pattern, but the drums sound like an acoustic drum kit. But you can already hear that there's a lot of syncopation between the kick drums, the snares, the ghost snares, and then the hi-hat. There's basically almost every 16th note spot is filled with something. Not every part, there's a couple of gaps. If we switch to 16ths, we can see there's a few gaps here and there. We got one right here, one right there. There's a couple of gaps, but a lot of it is filled up. And that gives that rolling pattern that you're looking for. And then by having those gaps in there, you can kind of emphasize those beats. So that's already a really interesting kind of thing to think about at this stage. It's like, where are you going to place those kind of things? And like I said, I have a track in mind, so I know what I'm going for. But yeah, that's a good starting point. Now, inside of Addictive Drums, there's a couple of things you need to remind yourself of. This is, of course, a plugin to create acoustic drums. That's the main goal for it. So, by default, it's doing some things that you might not want to do, that you might not like on, like, actual drum bass drums. And one of those things is the panning. So, on an acoustic drum kit, of course, you cannot stuff all your drums inside of the exact center of the stage, right? Your drums take up space, so they need to be spaced out a bit. And that is also why your hi-hat would, most of the time, be mixed a little bit towards, what is it, the left? Whereas the other sounds, or some of the sounds, might be a little bit more penned right. But when you're making a drum and bass drum kit, we don't really care about that, right? There's no stage where we're gonna place these drums on. We're making drum sounds that have a sound of like acoustic drums, but are very digital. So, first thing, make sure that this hi-hat is centered. Because by default it's like at left 15% or something like that. Make sure it's centered. And I'm just gonna center all of these, even the ones that we're not yet using, so that we cannot get into any issues with that later. They're centered. Okay, good. So now we have a couple of things. We've got these buses. These buses are going to be very helpful, but right now they're not doing anything. So we can bring these two down and really focus on, and actually the bus as well, and really focus on the sound of the drums itself. So you'll immediately hear how much drier the sound is now. And that is because we're not hearing the overheads, which is of course the mics that are placed above the hanging above the drum kit on a little bit of a distance. That sound we're not getting. And then the room is of course the mics that are placed a little bit further back in the room to kind of catch the ambience of the drum kit, which I don't think right now any of these are sent to the room. Oh, they are, but we need to solo this. So that gives us the much more bigger, boomy kind of sound, right? So we can mix this now already to kind of start with, because we don't want to have this dry sound, right? That's too dry. But we also don't want to have it like what it was. Like, that's way too big. We don't really need it like that. Well, maybe we'll get close to this, but for now this is too big. So I'll probably back this one down a bit and that one a little bit more. Maybe leave that one up. Something like that. That'll be good for now. Okay, so I'm gonna focus on the snare drum first. And there's a couple of things you can do inside of Addictive drums when you're working on a single drum sound and you don't want to hear the other ones. Of course, you can solo here on the individual tracks, but if you solo this one, you're only going to hear the dry snare drum sound and not the overheads in the rooms. And if we turn this one on, now we're also hearing the overheads of the kicks and the hi-hats and the snares, of course, but we only want to hear the snare drum so that we can focus on that one. Instead of soloing these, solo it right here. And it plays it with the overhead and the room and the dry signal. And you can do that on any of these. So now we just get the kick. Now we just get the hats. And that way you can really listen to them by themselves. Which is definitely helpful if you're working on the kit, I find. So let's do the snare drum first. I'm going to put an EQ on this. I already have a little thing here, which is a bassline idea. I had something in mind, which I hummed into my phone, like I most of the times do, and then I put it into Ableton, and I figured out what the notes were to find out what the key of that idea was. And I figured out that it was going to be a track in the key of D sharp. So I have this kind of bassline pattern, which is a very basic patch, just a detuned saw with some distortion and some filter, and it's following these notes. And that is basically the sort of like rough idea of the bass line for the drop. Obviously, it's going to be made with different patches probably, and there's going to be a whole bunch more stuff going on, but this is the rough idea for the pitches. So, and then, of course, this first part is going to be where we're going to have that drum pattern with the snare drum on the second beat and on the off beat between the third and the fourth. And then in the second half, we're going to have that regular pattern where we have the snare drum on the 2 and 4. So that's going to be sort of like roughly the idea. But that is going to be in D sharp. So we can already start tuning the drums as well, because I know what that key is going to be. So I want to know and figure out what is the key of that snare drum. Which looks to be a G right now. Yeah, it looks to be about G. Would rather see a non-structured real video of it in use. You mean? That's what we're doing right now. Not gonna make the same thing twice. Well, unless we're making a different tune and we need to make some big drums again, of course, but yeah, then just stick around right now. Okay, so it's currently playing a G, which is 4 semitones higher than what we need, or we need to bring this up. So we're gonna pitch this up, by the way, because this snare drum, it's a little bit low pitched. It's a little bit like it could work, but it has a bit more of the old school 2010 dubstep snare kind of pitch, which the really doofy ones. Drum and bass snares are usually a lot higher pitched. So we need to click this thing here, which brings up extra controls that we are going to use. So first thing that I'm going to do, when you play this, especially when you just play, let's just focus in on this first pattern. Like, you can't really hear it that well right now, but it's not playing the exact same snare drum pattern every time a snare drum is triggered. Obviously, with the different velocities, it changes the snare drum sample that it's playing as well, but the ones that are playing the exact same velocity, so the snare drum notes that play the exact same velocity, are still going to get a slightly different sample. That's just how it works by default. If we want to make drum and bass drums, we need to have control. We want to be able to just tell it which sample it needs to trigger by using the velocity and not have any randomization. At least that's how I like it. So you can do that by turning on this one. So if you turn that button no alts, if you turn it on, then it's basically going to make sure that there's no alternative samples that it's going to trigger. And the only... Okay, we'll wait for that one. Thank you. Oh, there's no message. There's no message. Thank you. It was a super sticker. Oh, okay. I was waiting for the voice to come up. Pair character doing a classic mic drop. Thank you, Gonche, for the 5 Great British pounds. Thanks, bro. You are a legend. This is quality. Well, we're only just getting started, so, but thanks for that, man. Thanks a lot. That really helps. I'm saving up money for all the gear that I want to buy to make the future streams better. And yeah, so everything that's coming in with the donations is saved up for the new speakers, the new audio interface, new microphone arm, so that I can have my mic stand out of the way from my desk. We're gonna get a whole bunch of gear soon. So, oh yeah, MIDI controller as well, of course, because my MIDI controller is also getting a little bit old. Yeah, thanks for that. Back to drums. So, yeah, no alts. If you turn it on, then you can still change what sample is being triggered. You just do it with the velocity. So now the velocity that is set here is really going to... basically going to tell us which sample it's going to trigger. And the louder the velocity, the louder and more aggressive the sample also sounds. First things first, we're going to pitch this snare drum. So turn on the pitch tab. Oh wait, before we do that, let me talk about this one as well. This little slider here is basically what gives you control over which snare drum samples it can trigger. So if we bring this up, like you need to look at it like this. All the way at the bottom is the quietest samples, and all the way at the top is the loudest samples, like the most aggressive ones where the drum was hit the hardest, and at the bottom the drum was hit very soft, and then in between it's of course going up from the softest to the loudest samples. You can kind of change that range. So if I play this, you can hear that the ghost snares are becoming louder. And if I bring it up all the way, now it's just triggering the loudest recorded sample, but it's still adding a velocity difference to those samples because we have a volume sensitivity of 100%. So it's still adding velocity difference to the snare drums, but all the snare drums that it's triggering now is just the exact same sample, which is the loudest one that was recorded for this particular snare. It's just changing the velocities of them. But if you bring this all the way down, now it's triggering only the quietest recorded sample, but adding velocity differences to that. So you can play around with that. Usually the default is alright though, but that's something that you can definitely use to kind of make it even more interesting. But we need the pitch, so let's enable the pitch, and let me bring up... Yeah, let's do it like that maybe. I'll just do it like that so that you can still see the pitch, and we can also see this right here. So it is a G, which was 4 semitones above D sharp. We can try out A sharp first. A sharp would be a perfect fifth above D sharp. So that means we need to go up 3 semitones. My math is failing me today. So go up 3. Roughly, don't have to be perfect. I think we can go up more. So 3 would be A sharp. Go up to the next D sharp then, which is just going to be the root. It's going to be another 5 semitones, so then we're going to end up on roughly 8 semitones. Let's go to 8. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I think that could be a good pitch for a snare drum. See? when we go all the way down, we get some kind of a low kind of frequency in the snare drum hits that I don't really like on the ghost snares. You hear that resonating kind of frequency? And here it's gone. So even up until here, I don't hear it. So that's better. That way we don't get that sort of like resonance in the ghost snare hits. Then this one controls the pitch of the overheads in the room. So these two are by default just going to be the exact same as this. So if we pitch this one up, these are going to go up as well because they're coming from this snare drum. But we can pitch that one individually. So we can kind of and by doing that, this one is still playing the pitch that we set here, but this one controls the pitch of only those two. So you kind of get so like you can play around with what the harmonics and the do, and it does sound interesting after you have a lot of processing on it. We might want to tighten the snare up a little bit, even though this one has already become quite short because of the pitching that we did, but just shorten it up a little bit. Okay, let's go to the kick drum real quick. Same thing here. I'm gonna turn that one on because I don't want to get any random kind of stuff. And we're probably gonna pitch the kick as well. So the kick drum is a little bit harder to see though. See, it's like a big blob. So that one is gonna have to be done a little bit by ear, I think. I think +2 sounds kind of good. Then let's turn this one on as well. And shorten it up. Okay. Go to the hi-hats. On the hi-hats, I'm gonna leave this one turned off. Because on the hi-hats, I want to have a little bit of randomization. I think that's only gonna make them better. But the hi-hats need to be a bit higher pitched as well, I think. Although this right here is a sort of like a filter. So this way we can high pass the hi-hats. So we can say we don't want anything in the hi-hats below 200 Hertz or something. Do you ever make 4-bar breaks and leave the alt on? Sometimes, if that's what I'm going for. Like if I want to have that randomized kind of feeling, if I want to have if I want it to sound as if it was drummed by a drummer, then yeah, I would do that. But if I want it to sound very defined and very processed and very well placed and everything like you hear in modern drum and bass, then I would probably not. It's like it totally depends on the track that you're going for. But you can still do that and then resample it and then cut out the best bits and then rearrange everything with those best bits, and then you've basically done the same thing, but you've just done it in a different way. So yeah, it's whatever you prefer. Show you some really cool tricks though in just a bit when we have a patch set up. I'll show you some cool tricks how you can really easily make variations as well. Now we have a basic start, and we can start playing around a little bit with some of the effects maybe. I think there's a couple of things I need to talk about first here. well, we have this thing. Gonna be pretty helpful as well. If you can hear, we have the kick drum. Let's just solo the kick, so that we can just hear the kick. It sounds pretty much like an acoustic kick, right? But we can give it a little bit of an extra, sort of like, almost digital kind of sound by adding a pitch envelope to that acoustic sample. So just raise this up a bit, maybe like 12. And then increase the release just ever so slightly. And you can emphasize the first part of the kick drum a little bit. Exaggerate a little bit. Hear what that's doing. Okay. So I'm gonna back that down. Give it a bit more attack. Yeah, the alt thing kind of humanizes it in a way, but not really, because it's not messing with the MIDI notes itself. It's just triggering different samples. Like you have to envision it like round robin samples, basically. So when you have let's say you have a contact instrument, and it's set up so that every time you hit the same key with the exact same velocity a couple of times in a row, it still triggers a different sample, like the same sort of like loudness, the same sort of like characters, the same roughly sounding sample, but it's a different recording. So it's slightly different in terms of the phase, and you can easily play that without having a very static sound, right? You can trigger the same note a couple of times in a row without having a very static sound, and that way it sounds more realistic. That's what that does. Humanizing would actually be offsetting the MIDI notes a little bit to kind of make some notes hit a little bit earlier or hit a little bit later to kind of mess with the groove and messing with the velocity of the notes itself. And that's not what that's doing. Yeah, that'll work for now. So let's go into the snare drum. And on here, we can do the same thing if we want. Like, we can emphasize that transient a little bit. That can be fun. Like, sometimes... But honestly, I don't think it really needs it, because we're probably going to use, like, a nice synthesized transient. But on the kick drum, I kind of like it, because that way we can sort of like maybe high pass that kick drum later and then add like a nice synthesized low end underneath it, and then use that high end from this acoustic kick drum to kind of get some nice transient on that low end that we're going to synthesize. But on this one, I think what I'm going to do is click this and switch it out for the tone designer. So what this does, it allows you to play around with the how do you say it, the resonance of the drum. So you can do this on the kick drum as well, by the way, but I like it on the snare drum a lot. So you have this drum, this thing, which is just the same thing as the pitch envelope, so it controls the same thing, but it's not controlling the pitch right now. It's doing the same thing, but it's not controlling the pitch, but it's controlling the resonances. So see? So I want to have a bit of that fundamental resonance and that sound at the start, but I do want to kind of get it a little bit noisier towards the end. So that's annoying. We don't want to have that, because then there's a lot of the fundamental in the tail of the snare as well. But that kind of takes some of that fundamental out of the tail. Much better. Now for the hi-hat. Yeah, I'm not really gonna do much here right now. I think that is pretty much good for now. Let's go and switch over to the full pattern. And the only thing I might want to do is maybe play around with the velocities of the hats a little. So let's solo the hat channel here. Because right now they sound very static. I'm also maybe gonna... Now let's use that one. And then... I think that one is alright. But the first one... Maybe that one. There we get that. And emphasize that first hat. And we can maybe make that one a little bit louder as well. And then we can play around maybe with the ones that are hitting exactly in the middle. Increase those a little bit in volume as well. So the ones that are hitting exactly on the third beat, just increase those a little as well. So that we get just a slight amount of extra volume on those hats on the third beat, because there's no kick or snare layered on top of those, right? So it kind of gives it a little bit more accent, whereas these ones are then a little bit quieter because there's also a snare drum hitting there. Not really here, but I mean, whatever. I'm currently using the Beyerdynamics DT880 Pros. And if I'm using my monitors, I'm just using some cheap old Alesis M1 Active 520s, which I'm going to be replacing for ADEM A7Xs pretty soon. Okay. It still doesn't sound as big, right, as we want. First thing I'm going to do is the hats. Let's do some EQ on the hats. So if we click in this panel here, all of these things come up. This is a lot of fun. Here you can really do a lot with. Let's start with doing a little... Now, this, by the way, is not affecting these that much. Because, now obviously if we high pass this, we also get less of high end in these, but these do have their own EQ as well. So you can have this one, for instance, set a little bit lower. So it's just cutting out the low end. But now the dry signal still has a little bit of that low mids in it. And it's not completely taken out. It's not that, right? Still has that. And then we can have the overheads, for instance. Let's solo the head here as well. We can have this one high passed higher, or this one, but we'll get to that later. First gonna do this track by itself. Give it a little bit of a boost. Because if we listen to it with the kick and snare, need some more high end. Back it down a little. Kick drum, let's back that one down as well. Because the saturation and the processing that we're going to use is going to even that out again. Now, on all of these, you have control over how much it sends it to the overhead level and the room level as well. So if you bring all of these down, we're basically just going to get the dry sound again. And we can hear the heads are really loud. This is just a dry kit. Let's mix that a little. And then let's bring in overheads. I'm just going to have those at 0. these in. Yeah, we will add synthesized hits as well afterwards. Okay, let's go into the kick. Bring this up. Add an EQ here. Maybe give it a little low end boost. We're probably gonna get rid of the low end as well later, but for now it'll do. Let's go to the snare. Same thing here. Like, you could even get it out of this one, though. Like, if you use, like, a dynamic EQ or something, like Pro Q, you could even get that fundamental just out there, if you want, but you don't really need that. We're just gonna do more broader EQ strokes here in this, so we're gonna have more wider Qs, and maybe give it a low-end boost. A bit more like that. Okay, good starting point for now. Let's go to the overheads. He was a little bit finicky though. Point. The room. Freeze a little bit. Kind of like that. I kind of like that. So then we have the master tab. Now we can do some processing already here. For instance, we can add some saturation with this thing here. That's gonna help us to get a bit more of an aggressive sound. A little, maybe 50% or something. And Okay, getting somewhere. We have a bus here as well. Let's use that one. What would I use that for? The bus I would use to kind of emphasize the transients of the main kick and snare a little bit, to kind of give them some extra power. So you can use, for instance, this right here, send the kick and snare to the bus. So now if we bring this up and play this, just get the dry kick and snare again. We can use this section right here, which is a tape saturation kind of thing and a wave shaper. So we can turn the wave shaper on, raise the attack maybe, and that. We get like a really shortened version of the dry hit. I wish the sustain was able to go even shorter, but it's not, so whatever. But that's short enough, and maybe decrease the attack a little. That's good enough. But now we can use that to kind of bring that in. Do you hear how more powerful the transients become? Like, even though we might not use the full transients, it's also doing that to the ghost snares, right? So if we're gonna add some like synthesized fundamental to the main snare and the main kick, then that's great, because we don't need this, right, on that, because, hey, we're not even going to use most of that transient that we're now creating. But on the ghost snares, we're not going to add a fundamental synthesized hit to the ghost snares. Those are just going to be the samples, how they were made in Addictive drums. So by doing this, we're still adding a little bit of that transient to that as well. And it's also adding it to the kick drum, for instance. So if we just high pass the kick drum and use the transient from a high pass version of this kick in on top of a synthesized kick, then we can still use that extra punch that we get right now. But we're nowhere done yet. We also have these effects. I do like to use these. Mostly just to add some room to the snare drum. Because the snare drum is very dry. And especially because we pitched it up so much, it's kind of losing some tail, right? The sample has been pitched up, so it's shortened as well. And it's missing some tail. So I would add a little bit of reverb here. And make sure to set the reverb and not the delay, because then you're gonna get all kinds of delays if we send it to it. We don't want that. Now obviously this is too much, but just so we can set it up. Be quite a short one. Not sure if that actually does something here. See how much of a difference that makes? Make sure that the pre-delay is at 0, by the way, because otherwise you're gonna get that weird. So it can be fun, but sometimes you're gonna get that smearing between the initial transient and then the reverb coming in. But it can be fun as well. But I think having it all the way down is best for this particular instance. Give it a little bit more gain. I mean, I have another pattern here, which I made for the stream to test out what kind of drum pattern I wanted to do. It's very similar, actually, to what I came up with now. But it's probably going to sound slightly different because the velocities are slightly different. I had some extra ghost snares here as well. I actually like that a lot. Creates an even more rolling kind of pattern. See, but just taking different velocities already sounds completely different. I took different heads as well. I actually like the heads that we have now, to be honest. In this one. Like these open heads at the start. Which are those. And I was using that one, and then that one. Okay, I like that. Let's decrease these a little bit. Which one are we going to use? Yeah, this one sounds better. I just spend a lot more time making sure, like, what these velocities are. Like, that's the only difference that you're hearing right now. It's the velocity differences. Like, there are a couple of extra hits in this one, and I'm using slightly different snare drums for the ghost snares, I can see. Like, here I'm re-triggering the same one. And in this one I'm doing alternating between that one, and there's a bigger velocity difference between them. This one is a little bit louder, and then these are really quiet. So let's go with this pattern. It's basically the same all the way, other than that. So let's go with that. Now we can also start playing around with trying maybe some different ones. Because now we can hear what they sound like, pitched and with all the processing that we set up. Whereas before, we would hear them just how they sound in the default patch, right? Now we... Ooh. That one is also good. The Tama Star Classic. That one is really nice. Oh, that one. That was a bit weird. That one is nice too. That one not. Sounds more like a bongo. Kinda like that one. Now we do need to play around with the pitch when we choose a different snare drum because they are not all the same pitch. That one is also really good. Ooh, that one is also nice. That one is good too. That one is actually really good as well. Even though it has no transient whatsoever, this one could be very cool to if you want to have like just a nice till. Distort that one like crazy and you're gonna get like a really big, like those pen snare drums, if you get what I mean. I mean, it's actually quite fun. Yeah, the Black Beauty one is kind of nice. I agree. That one is D, so we would have to pitch it up one semitone. We can also try pitching this one up with one semitone, so it's going to pitch the room and the overheads up with a semitone, see what that does. It's still a little bit weird though, because then we get two peaks. Yeah, that one is quite nice. Let's see if we can play around with this one, the tape saturation. There we go. Listen to that difference. And look at the level of the ghost snares, because right now the ghost snares are still pretty quiet compared to the main kick and snare. Right? And if you look at the drum and bass drum pattern, like from a sample pack or something, most of the times, especially if they're ones that are well processed, like how modern drum and bass would sound. Let me bring one up real quick, because I know where to find that now. Since I've started organizing my samples, I now know where to find shit. So it's been such a good thing to do. I still need to go and go through the individual folders, but I know now where everything is. Find one with like... yeah, that has like some sort of like ghosty kind of hits. But you can see that these ghost snares are pretty much the same level as the main snare, right? That's not because they were made on the same level. They were made quieter. But the processing, the saturation on the drums and the distortion and maybe compression and limiting or whatever was done, that is bringing that level back up. And that's how you get them back at all sort of like roughly the same level. Some of them are still a little bit quieter. That's probably just a hat. Oh no, there's a little ghost snare on it as well, but just a very quiet one. So we can see that these ones, there wasn't that much saturation, that all these ones as well would have, if he would have added more saturation, then these ones would have also been the same level. But there's definitely been a good amount of saturation applied to this drum break. This one. Oh fuck! Was that a? Oh yeah, there's still a little extra hit on it, but. So, yeah. I mean, that's not the type of drum pattern that I'm going for, but just as an example. So that's what I would definitely do. Add some extra saturation. Don't really need that one. The Aiden's just gonna blow out the low end. We don't need that. That's starting to sound pretty good. We can play around here. We have some extra settings on the kick drum, for instance. We have this right here, which changes the position of the microphone. And that is also going to change how the kick drum sounds. So if we solo the kick, much more subby. And here we get more of the character. Now, because we're going to layer that with synthesized low end, I'm gonna bring it a little bit more towards that side. Not all the way, but maybe halfway, something like that. We get a little bit more of that character, which is nice. I think on the snare drum we have a similar thing. So if we solo the snare, that. First of all, this snare busting. If we bring this up, then every time the kick drum hits, it's also vibrating the snare, the actual snare under the skin of the snare drum. And that's what happens in real life. If you have a drum kit set up in real life and you hit the kick drum really hard, then it's also going to vibrate that snare underneath the skin of the snare drum. You might want that, but you might not want it. And if you can bring it down, and that way the kick drum is not going to have that. So can't hear it right now because the kick drum is not turned on, but I can hear it. In this instance, it just adds a bit of extra noise to the kick, which is kind of nice. Now you have the top and bottom microphone position as well, so you can... I think that's gonna be good. I would keep the width for these, because most of the width is just going to be added to like the character of the drums. It's not going to be the main transients. I would probably do a little bit of mid-side EQ on it to kind of make sure that the low end is not stereo and that there's not too much low end in the low mids, for instance. But I would definitely keep some of the width in here. And if we look on here on the vector scope that I have overlaid here, you can also kind of see that there is a lot of information centered like around the center of the mix, and the width that is there is probably not even gonna be that big of a problem. See, every time a drum hits, you can see that there's pretty much a nice straight line going up and down, and then there's a little bit of some noise scattered around it, but it's not like it's super wide all the way towards the side, so that's good. And we can check it out though. That's definitely something good to do every now and then, is just put a utility on it and see what it sounds like in mono. I mean, I'm fine with that. There's a little bit of a change, of course, because we're losing some side information, but I'm not even getting to the individual EQing part right now, because we're gonna do post-processing on these layers, and we're gonna split this up so that we have the kick drum on its own, the hi-hats on their own, and the snares on their own, probably the ghost snares separate, so that we have more control, basically. But we're gonna get to that. I need to piss. How late is it? 10:12. How long have we been going for now? An hour and a half, something like that. Hour and 45 minutes. I need to... So, grab some music for you guys real quick. You'll get... Sure. How much of the track is that? You'll be quiet. What? Okay. No. You can ask whatever you want. You can ask whatever you want. That's all fine. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you like my thought process of what I'm going at right now, so that you can also understand how, like, why I make decisions when I do it. Like the one thing I hate from people that do tutorials or do live streams to educate people is when they don't explain why they do something, because it's not necessarily like, most of the times what you do, it's not about how do you do this, but why do you do it. Like, you can learn how to do it, but if you don't understand why people do it, it's still not really gonna help you that much. Like, you know how to do something, but how do you apply that? That is a totally different thing. And that's why I like saying things like that when somebody asks a question and I haven't gotten to that yet, for instance. It's because that it really matters to me, like, when do I make those decisions? Because those are decisions I can do fine later. And I can also get caught up in doing that right now. Whereas it doesn't really matter right now, if you get what I mean. Stuff like that is something you want to save for later, basically. You want to work your way through and do the things that are going to make, so like the I guess the biggest change right now, but the fine-tuning of the actual thing you want to keep for later. That's really going to help you for at least for not getting stuck and moving quick, which is something I need to learn a lot as well. So I've been talking to some people recently over the last few months that I look up to, and asking them for some tips here and there. And yeah, it's like I'm just relaying information that I hear, basically, that people give me as tips, and I'm just giving you that information as well. So anyways, I really need to go take a piss. I'll be back in just a little bit. Oh. Solo this channel. I'll be back in just a bit. Yeah, this one is still a work in progress. I have a couple of different versions, to be honest. Not entirely happy with what the drop is doing yet. I really like the intro couple of different versions here. That one is very similar to the other one. Yeah, it's one of the work in progress tunes. Definitely gonna have to rework it a little bit to kind of fit the thing that I'm going for now. But it's definitely getting somewhere. Go back to this loop right here. Yeah, more like 170, more than 170. What? We are at 172. This one isn't there yet, that's for sure. Oh. Yeah, we can do that here, but I'm probably gonna do that separately on like when we get to the separate layers, I guess. Might wanna. Like we have a peak at about 300 hertz, so we can easily bring this up to like 200. Make sure that there's no sort of like low end coming from there. I'm not sure if the Black Beauty snare is going to be the one that I'm going to use. It is nice, but... Or... on A sharp and not on D sharp. Could be nice for like some other section. Okay, well, let's get started with splitting this up, I guess. Could do it a couple of ways. I like to, like, Addictive Drums gives you the ability to route separate outputs. So on all these tracks, you can see these little arrow buttons. If we click that, you can give it a separate output. So you can say, I want separate out post fader plus master, for instance. So it's gonna run the track through the master, and then that's gonna come out. That's great, but I don't think it also includes the overhead if you do that, because the overhead is a separate track. So if we do that, oh, it's gonna. Oh, and it's gonna send it to the master. Okay. We can just do post fader, for instance. But then it's only sending that track, and not the overheads. Which is a little annoying. So what I tend to do is just leave it on master and just split up the MIDI. So we can keep this right here. We can do, let's just add another MIDI track, copy this to here, and let's remove everything except the kicks. So we're just gonna leave the kick drums in this one. Make a couple more MIDI tracks. And in this one, remove the kicks, and we're gonna leave just the main snare. And then on this one, we're gonna have the ghost snares. So these right here, and then let's get rid of the hi-hats. And then on this one, we're gonna have just the hi-hats. And rename these as well. This is the Addictive Drums 2 kick, and let me copy that. There. Ghost snares, and then the and then the hats. Now we have those separate, but they're obviously not running through that track. So all we have to do is just select this and send the output to the Addictive Drums track. Now we should be, set this to in. Just get that. That makes it easier for us as well to bounce, for instance, just the kick drum. All we have to do is just mute these clips, and now we have just a kick. So we can now just make an audio track or freeze this track. Can we do that? Yeah, we can do that. So we can freeze this track and then drag the audio out, and then we get it with the overheads and the room mics on top of it. So we don't have to work with separate room and overheads, because we're not dealing with real drum kits here. We're making drum and bass drums. So I would like to have that printed in the sample because I'm quite happy with how that one sounds for now. Like, it needs a synthesized bottom layer, but that's a good starting point for the character of our kick. Same for the snare drum. Like, that's a good starting point for a snare drum. And our ghost snares. Yeah, I mean, that's nice. And now, if we need the hi-hats, there you have the hi-hats. And what makes this really good now is, let's say we want to add a little bit more variety to these hi-hats. Add a velocity MIDI device, give it a little bit of random, maybe 10 or 15%. And now these hats are a little bit randomized in the velocity, which is going to give them, you know, a bit more of an interesting sound throughout. And that is also how you can really easily create variations. So for instance, if we add one to the ghost snares and bring this up all the way, or put this on the snare and the kick as well, and then you basically go, or even on the hi-hats, and just put it up all the way, and then just record the MIDI of those, because you can record the MIDI of this again as well. If we make a MIDI track here, and we set the input of this track to be Addictive Drums Ghost Snares, and we arm this track, and then record without overdub on, then we can just record endless loops of these ghost hits on different velocities and find like interesting variations in MIDI, so we can still work on the patch in Addictive Drums afterwards. So we can do see, and you can even say ooh, can you do that? Can you route 2 tracks to 1? That would be sick. Don't think you can, but you can also, what you can do, of course, is make one track for each of these. Make sure that they're all set to look at the other track, and then arm multiple tracks by holding Control and then clicking the arm buttons, and then recording, so that you record all the variations. And that way you can have like a lot of variations in terms of velocities really quickly on the pattern that you already wrote, while you're not affecting the main pattern, because the main pattern is still there. All we have to do is just bring all these randoms down, and then we're back to what we had. So that's very nice for creating variations. How are you routing the drums? It's not that complicated. It's just we have right here is just the Addictive Drum stuff. So this is just the main Addictive Drums patch. And this is all the MIDI that's triggering that. So there's nothing on these tracks. It's just MIDI that's feeding into this track. And these are empty, but these are where I would normally put like my synthesized kicks and my synthesized snares. And this would probably be bounced to audio at some point. Like, right now I'm still working on it, but I would bounce them to audio at some point, and then work with the audio from there. So the hats, I want to give those a little bit of variety. Okay, now we can actually just take this clip right here and put it on the kick channel, and just put these on C3. Pattern that we need. It's just a group. It's just in the drums group. So there's just one final group where all the drum things are inside of. That's basically it. And then there's another group that's basically just for bass, and I would have another group for like atmosphere and all the other stuff, basically. Okay, so let's move this one to C3 as well. That way my sidechain works properly, so I can just put these on here, and that way it's... My sidechains is basically just a white noise sample. That's all it is. Just a really short click, basically. I would actually do it different these days. I would just use an operator. Just use an operator set to a noise oscillator and just make it really short. This is a little bit longer though. Not sure. These days I would do it. Let me just do my... white noise. I like the looped one, because then you have control over the phase as well and the pitch, which you don't have on the normal one. So I would use that one, and just make sure that it's like a really short click. So bring this one all the way up, so it starts all the way at the top, and then just have like the attack time be 1 millisecond, so it stays on there for like 1 millisecond, and then the decay time, set that to 0.001. Yeah, then you get 1 millisecond, and then bring the sustain all the way down, so you just get that. And then what that sounds like is just that. Bring down the velocity sensitivity, because we don't need that, so that's just going to be 0. Then bring the velocity up here to 0. And then you can see at the top here on my oscilloscope that the click is a little bit on just the positive side of the waveform. See? That's where the phase comes in. So find a section where it's like nicely even across the positive and negative side. And that's basically what I would use for a sidechain. Now this sidechain is basically 2 milliseconds long. That's what it is. Just copy that, put that on here, on the snare drum as well. And why it's so short is so that your sidechains will be able to be really short as well. Because the shorter your trigger, the shorter the shortest possible sidechain is that you can do with like a compressor, for instance. So that's that. Let's get into the synthesis part, I guess. Let's make a synth kick. I'll just use Serum for that. At the top right here. Right here at the top. A little bit small, but right there at the top. Top right. Group 2 person to do mastering or drum kick snare heads post effects. I would just master my own stuff, to be quite honest. Okay, so we have this. First thing we need to figure out is what we need the pitch to be. So this is C3. We are working in D sharp. So that's at least going to be +3 semitones. So we can go into here and set this to +3. That way our note, even though we're playing C, is going to give us a D sharp. And then we can bring this down to a more sub kind of a range, probably that one. And set this to a sine wave. Make sure it's re-triggering from the start here. So we just get that. First thing that we need to do is set up a amp envelope. So I'm just going to use an LFO for that, set it to envelope mode, and I'm going to set this to an 8 note in length. And then my amp envelope is going to look something like this. Then we're going to do that. We're basically going to have a very short section where it's at its maximum level, then it starts dropping down, and then we have a little section that maybe even is like that. Just a tiny extra little fade out. And we're going to assign that to the volume. Now, because this is set to 1/8 note, this position is a 16th note from here to here. So the kick drum is basically a 16th note and just a tiny little extra fade out long. That's how long the kick drum needs to be in drum and bass most of the time. At least in modern drum and bass, you don't need anything more than that. You need the space for the bass and not the kick drum. So make your kick drums short. I see so many people in drum and bass trying to make kick drums that are like an 8 note long, or sometimes even longer than an 8 note. And basically what you're doing with that is you're just limiting the amount of space you have to fill with actual bass sounds and bass that is going to give your track, you know, the weight. So get that kick drum much shorter, because what you really need is a punchy transient kick in drum and bass, unless you're going for like a really minimalistic track. You know, then you can probably get away with a little bit of a bigger kick, but for like heavier drum and bass, you don't need it. Okay, next up, pitch envelope. Same thing. So let's just set that to an 8 note as well. And then I'm going to make sure that it's at the 0 point halfway. So that little extra fade out is basically hitting at D sharp. And during the first 16th note, it's doing the pitch movement. And then I'm going to do a shape something like this maybe. And then just do like that. That should be good, probably. And we can assign that to the coarse pitch. We can hold Control and Shift and click this right here, or what is it? Control Alt? No, that turns it off. Alt Shift. Yeah, Alt Shift. My bad. Alt Shift, but you can also just go into the matrix and click this thing right here. Make sure it's only pointing to the right. And then just play around with this. That's pretty good. You can play around maybe doing a little bit of that. Like that already. Next up, I would add another one. Make that one pretty short. Tiny bit of curve. Set it to envelope. Turn BPM off and just crank this up quite a bit. And we're going to assign that one to the pitch as well. So oscillator A, coarse pitch, unipolar. We're going to give that another. So that way, we add a little bit of an extra transient to it. A little bit quiet because there's not much volume right now, but oh, you can hear the difference here. Okay, so we can play around with the length of this. So now you can play around a little bit with some distortion. Usually it's pretty nice, just fatten it up a little bit. So by playing around with the shape of this, you're really going to affect how the kick drum sounds, basically. That's a pretty good starting point. Like, if I record this, you can also see what it looks like. Probably a good thing to do. Yeah, that's looking pretty good, right? You have a nice little transient part. And you got good amount of sustain here where it's like at a nice level, and then it just kind of fades out a bit. Could probably process it a little bit more so it's a little bit fatter, but that's a good starting point. Yeah, you're talking about this, the attack. Yeah, I would bring that down as well. I hadn't got onto that yet. Not really making much of a change though. But it does help. Next you can add some noise. You can take some noise. I have some stereo noise files which I kind of like, so just take one of those. And we can use another LFO. Set to envelope mode. M mode, so that we'll make it nice and short as well. That's going to be connected to the noise. And give it a little bit more of a transient. Now we really get that like extra click at the start. And because we're not using any filters yet, we can turn this one on. Take off oscillator 1 and turn on the noise. And then we can go in here and set this, for instance, to a high pass 18 or 24. Bring the resonance down and bring this up a little. That we high pass just the noise. That's actually pretty good. Try to kind of boost the noise if you want, but you can also just, of course, increase. But you can hear, like that is without. And this is with. You can just hear how much of an extra, so like, click that gives. Now you can kind of create a similar effect if you, for instance, offset this one to be 90 degrees. So it starts right here or right there. That also creates an extra click. Can be fun, but I most of the time just leave it like that. I still find that sounds a little bit cleaner. Very subtle though, but... Okay, that would be a good starting point. Now let's see what that sounds like if we do... this. Okay, so I wonder if we can... Let me try this out. If we do an audio track, and we go into this Addictive drums, and we set this to be post fader and master, I don't think we're gonna get the sound. Then on the audio track, we want the input to be one. Then, yeah, see, they come in separately. So if we do kick, we're just gonna get the dry kick on this channel. Yeah. Are we getting it with the overheads now? Oh, that would be sick. Let's see. Let's record this track. Doesn't look like it. That looks like it's just recording the dry output of that track. Yeah. See? So it's just exporting the dry output. So that doesn't work. What I would do is just leave these just all running through the master. Don't really care about that routing inside of Addictive Drums. Just have this track and just make like a couple of audio tracks. So this is just going to be AD2 kick 2 kick resampled or something. We'll just do res. That'll work. And then we can just record the output of this track. Record that kick drum real quick. Did you save? I did now. Yeah, I did now. Now we can just record that one. And we get it with the overheads on it and all the processing and the effects. Now we have the kick basically already recorded. Just duplicate this times. There. There. We can even organize different if we want, of course, but for now this will work. This will be the snare drum. Well, otherwise I get confused. Okay. For the ghost snares. Yo, Krala, yeah, we're making breaks today. Working on I'm not working on a tune, I have an idea in my head for a tune, and I need heavy drums. So I figured, instead of getting stuck on a stream when I have like an idea for a drop and I made some bass sounds and then I get to like making drums for it and I'm like, hey, they don't sound heavy enough and I get stuck, I figured let's just make some heavy drums first before we get to making bass, and I just make myself angry, you know. So now we have the full drum pattern in audio. At least the first version. Let me actually take these resampled ones, and I'm just going to group those. So we have a group for these. Then I'm going to group the MIDI ones as well here. So we have Addictive Drums to MIDI and Addictive Drums to audio. So if we want to play around with the MIDI later and we want to change that, we can, because we still have the kit here as well. And we can, in fact, group these two together. MIDI track. It is there as well. So all of that is still there. So we can still play around with it if we want to, and maybe make variations or try out different snare drums or whatever. Now we can sort of like start thinking about layering with synthesized hits. Yeah, like I love tracks with heavy drum patterns, but every time I get to that point, you know, I make maybe a synth kick and I whack on like the high end of a sample and I take I take a snare drum sample or whatever and I put like a hi-hat pattern to it and then I go, doesn't sound big enough. No, because you haven't spent much time on it yet. You know, but for some reason I just make myself angry and then I get stuck. So I figured today is just drum design day. And maybe we'll get to something more, but I'm feeling making drums today. And I do have a little bit of an idea already for a bass. It's still just a detuned saw, but the pitch pattern is kind of what I was going for, what I had in my head. I would probably repeat this like 3 times and then do this one once or something like that. But this is kind of like the pitch idea, rough thing that I had for the bass. And honestly, it's probably gonna play a rhythmic kind of thing on these notes, so dun 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 dun, something like that, dun 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 dun, and then it's gonna repeat something like that. That would be good, but I need good drums before I start making the bass line, because I try that most of the times. No, let's start with the bass, and then I make a nice bass, and then honestly the bass is good enough, but then I can't really, or I don't have like some pre-made really good and ready to go drums to go with it, and then I get stuck, you know? And that's just such a workflow killer that I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that today. We're not gonna do that again. Last week was also like that, so let's try it in a different way. Yeah, it's like a very basic pattern for now, but you can already hear that would, well, let's just see what that sounds like if we put it here. I mean, we already have a sidechain setup, so I could actually some sidechain. Oh, there is already sidechain on here. Nice. Just have to set the snare drum. And the end could change, honestly. I'm not sure about that. This is what is probably going to be repeated a couple of times, and then might have to play around a little bit with the position, of course, and stuff like that, but we'll see. First, making drums. I mean, one-shot samples work, but honestly, I don't really like making drums out of pure one-shot samples, because it's so much work. You're gonna have to do so much work to make that sound good. Whereas if you have something like Addictive drums, like this, we basically have a full drum pattern already now. And it's fully there, and all the hits have a similar kind of character as well, because they're all processed the same, right? So they're all running through the same processing, so they have a very cohesive sound. Whereas if you start from one-shot samples that are made from in different sessions and all coming from different places, you're gonna have to do that by hand, and that's a lot harder to do. It's still possible, but it's harder to do. I just like this approach a lot more. Plus, I don't know. I just like, especially when I'm making tracks, to kind of like I get using samples, of course. There's nothing wrong with it, but I don't know what it is. When I make tracks, I just want to make my own sounds. If you get what I mean. Or like fresh sounds. But sometimes I'll use samples as well. Really depends. Okay, let's see. Kick drum. And I'm probably just, like, these are just the tracks. I'm gonna leave these in here because they're set up to record the audio from the Addictive Drums kit, right? So I'm just gonna leave these here, and we're just gonna make a new track right here in the kick group, and we're gonna call this kick acoustic, something like that. And we're just gonna drag this one in here. Now it's in here, and we just have it together with the synth kick. They're clashing because there's a low end in the acoustic kick, but that's what we can fix. And I'm also getting into the habit, you might notice this, of naming my individual tracks with lowercase and just a capital letter at the start. I know I'm OCD, but and the groups in capital, in like all caps, so that when I go through lists like these, I can easily see which are groups and which are just individual tracks. Kind of helps a little bit, especially once you get like really big projects, with drum and bass. I'm not gonna lie, you tend to have quite often, so. But yeah, now we can just work on that, and we can do the same for the snare drum here. MIDI track. Oh no, an audio track. That. Call that snare acoustic. Pop that in here, and I'm gonna keep the ghost snares separate, because if I want to process the main snare, I probably don't want to have the same processing on the ghost snares. And then let's just move those here. So that audio group, I'm just gonna leave it in case we need to make more variations. I get if I can't find Addictive drums. I mean, there's a bunch of other ones, like you have Arturia drummer as well, which is a different one that a lot of people like. I just prefer the interface of of Addictive drums over the one of Superior drummer. There's also a couple of good acoustic drum kits in Contact. I know. What was that? What was it called? Good Better Drums or something like that. Maybe somebody can fill in the name in the chat if I say that. But there was a library for Contact that was pretty nice. And I mean, there's good drum sample packs, of course. Like, I might still have a few here. Know a company called That Sound that makes a bunch of nice packs with acoustic drum. So here, so That Sound drumline is like has like some more like orchestral kind of drum hits, but really acoustic and clean. And then they also have That Sound Ben Phillips drums, and that one has like multi-sampled acoustic hits, so you can basically recreate something like that, what I'm doing in Addictive drums, and it has it for all the different sounds as well. So you've got like your big snare drums, and they also come in different velocities, so you can basically do the same thing with something like that. But you just have to put them into drum racks and stuff like that, but that's possible as well. This is gonna be the ghost snares. Oh. And here we have the heads. Now we can also put some EQs on here and see what these look like. EQ. See if the high pass that we applied in Addictive drums is actually high passing the heads completely. Not really. There's still some rumble going on from the saturation probably that was added. So let's just do a little like that. Maybe even a little shelf there as well. I don't like high passing all the way here, because we do want to have that, you know, that stuff happening around here. It's kind of nice. Adds a little bit of extra grit to the heads. Drum lapping contact does the job too. Yeah, exactly. That's another one. There's plenty of acoustic drum things out there. I just prefer Addictive drums because of the interface. It's so easy to work with, and you've got everything you need inside of it already. So that's kind of, you know, it's just nice. It works very well, and it isn't for nothing that it's been quite a big tool in the scene of drum and bass. You know, it's because it's so good, and it has so many good sounds in it already, right? It's like most of the drum kits in there are good, pretty much. Minus maybe some of the ones with the brushes and stuff like that. The jazz ones maybe not, but even though the ones the kit of the jazz kit that's hit with sticks, with actual drumsticks, is actually pretty good. You're looking for like a really good rim shot or something, that kit is actually pretty good. So, but like I said, I know a lot of people will prefer Superior Drummer. How do you know a sound is layered properly? Mostly by using my ears, I would say, but sometimes, like, I'm actually gonna do it for the kick and snare right now, so if you give me just a little bit of a moment, I wanna make a snare drum right now, and then I wanna work on making the layers work well together. So if you give me a little bit of a moment to design a snare drum patch for the digital part, then we'll get into the actual combining of the layers after that. I love how this stream is just literally becoming a crash course on how to make drums for drum and bass. Literally from start to finish. It's good though, it's good. Yeah, let's see. So for snare drum, we need a sine wave. Reset the phase, so basically same starting position as the other one. We can set this to +3 so that it's D sharp. Let's just start there. Was the snare drum hitting D sharp as well? I think it was. I think the snare drum was hitting in D sharp, but let's verify with an EQ. Yeah, and look at that big blob in the low end. Another thing we don't need. So high pass. Like that. And I'm just gonna set that to 0.71. Don't want to go all the way up to the transient though. Like, do like, yeah, that sounds about right. And it's clipping as well, but that's not really a problem. Close this one down again. So that is D sharp, and it is D sharp 3. God damn it! I'm so glad when they fixed that bug. Like, do you see that? This is selected, this track, with the EQ panel opened up. Click on a different track. Oh, and now it doesn't work. Click on a different track, and it doesn't. What? Let's scroll. Huh. Now it doesn't work. For some reason, sometimes then it suddenly moves the track, which is really annoying. Anyways, yeah, we can probably EQ. We can copy this EQ to the Go snares because that's just the same drum. So that way the Go snares are immediately processed the same way, and also our high pass. And then the kick drum might wanna high pass that one later, but let's just put an EQ on there for now. Let's make us a snare drum patch. So that should be hitting the right note now, because this is hitting C or C, and I'm gonna leave those notes on C because that's what I need for my MIDI trigger to properly work for my sidechain. Otherwise, it's going to make a different pitched noise for my sidechain trigger, and I want to keep them on this pitch. So this is on C, but inside of Serum we're turning it up 3 semitones, so that becomes D sharp. Same thing basically as with the kick drum. Let's bring the attack all the way down, set up an LFO as an envelope, and we're just gonna do something like that, probably. This is gonna be an 8 note in length right now, up until the half line right here, because the total length of this is a beat. So 1 8 note is this. Might want to make it a bit shorter, but this would be a good starting point. So let's move that to here. A little bit long, so we can probably crank this up to an 8 note. Probably good. Now we need some noise. Now I prefer using some stereo noise, so I have my own stereo noises. If you want to have these, you can support me on Patreon. I'll drop the link to my Patreon in the chat, by the way. If you want to support me and you like what you're seeing today, then you can support me on Patreon, and I drop monthly sample packs on Patreon and extra preset packs and all kinds of other stuff. So if you sub to my Patreon, you can just grab everything that has been posted on there up until now. I don't remove anything from the Patreon, so you can just grab everything. If you don't have any money and you just want to support me for 1 month and grab everything, that's fine with me. I don't care. It's all up there. So for anybody who wants to support, check it out. That's also where you can find those noise files right here. These oscillator ones and the stereo noise files. Let's take another LFO set to envelope, and we're gonna do probably something like this with a little bit of an attack. Maybe even do that so that we have like a little bit of a gap here, and then we want to have some noise coming in. And I'm gonna leave this one on 1/4 for now. Let's set this to the level here, probably bring it down a little bit. Okay, we can switch this to an 8 note as well. And now we need a filter. So let's take a filter. I'm gonna use a high pass 18, bring the resonance all the way down and make sure only the noise is running through it. That way we can play around with that. I usually have like the same LFO on this, and depending on what I want, create like a little bit of extra movement on it, or maybe the other way around. Just to kind of create some extra movement in the noise. Gonna be pretty subtle, but now it's definitely still lacking a lot, right? So what can we do? Well, what I like to do is make another envelope, set it to BPM mode, crank this up, and let's assign that to the coarse pitch of that first oscillator. Go in here, make sure it's unipolar, crank this up a bit. There we got a little bit more of a transient, so if I bring this up, that's without. And that's width. And now the length of the speed of this one controls how long it is. So that really adds punch to the transient. And you can of course also play around with the curve here. That. So yeah, you got a lot of control like that. That's pretty good for now. I figured we can probably use a similar thing to also add a little bit of extra noise to the start. Remember, we already have this one. We could do that, but then it's also going to bring the end up, which is a little bit annoying. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to either use the same one or just make a new one. I'm just going to make a new one. So this one, again, similar kind of thing. And let's turn that to BPM mode and to envelope. And we're going to assign it to the level of the noise. That way we can also give this, for instance, a higher range, so that the transient has a bit of extra noise that's louder than what comes in afterwards, for instance. Let's see what happens if we... A little bit shorter, a little bit tighter. And now I would get into maybe adding a little bit of distortion here. Like you can hear what that does to the, so like the, what is it, the fundamental. Kind of add some saturation to that, which is nice. But it also makes everything quieter. So you can fix it, of course, by bringing the level up here. She sounds pretty decent. Here we can also maybe try soft clip. Also be nice. The tube one brings the noise up a little bit more, so let's use that one. But that's a pretty good starting position for snare drum right now. Probably add a bit of EQ, maybe bring the noise up a bit. You get more of that. But it lacks the acoustic tail, and that's why we made that one. That's why we made this one. They're still clashing, of course, and we're clipping like crazy, but that's what we are gonna get into now. Whew. This stream is quite fun, though. Honestly, I'm having a lot of fun today. Any questions so far? This is absolute gold. Okay, I'm glad you like it. That's good. I guess we can start doing some extra stuff now to make it a little bit better, I guess. I'm gonna start with the kick. So we have a nice low end kick right here. We have that one. I think we can probably get away with just high passing this kick drum. something like that. And we can try maybe the steeper high pass. But you can hear that one really... We don't want to go up too much. We definitely want to keep some of that low end. I think we're going to have to do some sidechain as well. The noise you added into the last Serum instance, was it a noise you had designed in Addictive? No. The noise that I have in Serum is actually made with Serum itself. I just made 2 bounces. I just made a long section of noise, and I bounced it 2 times with a different, so like, and then I offsetted them a little bit from each other, so that the noise, I basically used the noise files in Serum to make the stereo noise files, but all I did was just bounce it 2 times, then offset them a little bit from each other, so that they are different on the left and right channel and become stereo. And then I also applied a little bit of a shelf EQ to all of them, so that they have a little bit less low end, so that you don't necessarily need to high pass them if you are already, you know, using a filter in your patch. Like if you're using the main filter, you can't really high pass the noise anymore. So you can still use them if you just use you just pitch them up a little, like 10% or something like that. Then you most of the time just have almost no low end in the noise as well. And then you can still use them in patches where you're already using the main filter. So... But yeah, I just made them with Serum, to be honest. And I think I also used a couple of other synths that already have like a noise oscillator in them that actually generates the noise. And some of those I used to kind of generate some stereo noises as well. I think if we do a little bit of sidechain maybe on this, it could work pretty well. I haven't done this before, because I have only bought this plugin recently. But let's give it a shot. Volume sidechain. How do we... sidechain, or no, kick sidechain. Okay, that works. Nice. Ah, like that. Okay. We go. So this is without. This is with. Not cleaner. Now I do kind of like some of the engine though, so. Pretty good. Let's copy this one. Adram channel. Same thing here. So grab that. One is going to take the sidechain from the snare. Why is that? E or second snare drum sounds like it has a transient. Ah, okay. How do we fix that? God, where? Where? I'm missing something, but where is it? Is it here? No. Where is it? The trigger. Ah, MIDI one shot. Oh, that's how you do it. I get it now. So we need to do that. Oh yeah, that seems to be doing something now. Oh. Why is it not starting from here? Flashes on an incoming signal, but it's not flashing. Oh, is that because I'm using this one? Do I need to... Ah. Okay. That's no big deal. That's no big deal. It needs MIDI, of course. This method right here is using the audio from the sidechain track and not the MIDI. That's why. Properly. At least that's what I think. So I need to just go into the sidechain track here, group this one, and on here, create another chain, and on that one we're going to add an external instrument, and we're going to send the MIDI to Kick Acoustic Shaper Box. So now, take this one off. Kick drum should now be re-triggering properly. You can check by going to here, by the way, to this section where we have a double kick. Yeah, that's how we do it. And then here we need to group this one, put an external instrument in here as well, and send that to the snare acoustic shaper box. Getting a MIDI as well. That one is re-triggering. Nice. You can already hear that sounded quite well, actually. That's without flashing like crazy. Pretty sick. Pretty good, actually. I like where these drums are going. They start sounding really good the more work we do on them. One thing I'm not happy with in the ghost snares is that one ghost snare is a rim shot. So I'm gonna re-export that one. Let's go into the MIDI group here. And let's enable the ghost snares. And it's probably this one. That one. We're gonna move that one to here. Oh, my bad. Now we're hearing both of them. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, that's much better. So we can go and record it right here. I mean, we're not done yet. We're definitely getting somewhere, but we're not done yet. Okay. A little bit of processing on this group now. Subtle EQing. We don't want to do too crazy of an EQ. Because the more crazy EQ we do, the more it's going to mess with the phase of the drums. And the drums actually look pretty good right now. If we record this, let's actually do that before we do anything, so we can see them. I mean, the ghost snares can definitely be brought up a bit more as well, so we need more saturation or something to bring it up a bit, but it's getting somewhere. But yeah, this looks pretty good. Like, the phase of that kick, you can see, it's nice. It ends about here, and then it goes into that more noisy stuff from the hats and you know, the kick of the acoustic kick. And the snare looks really good right here, to be honest. Nice, clean, transient. Noise already here, like already a little bit of noise to give it some character, and then more noise coming in here. Looks pretty good, but honestly we can still do some more EQing to make them all fit even better and tighten things up a bit more, and then really work on bringing the level up of these extra hits right in between, especially the ghost kicks and snares. Like, this is a ghost snare, and this one as well. I would like to see these be a little bit more even in level than what they are right now. It's all a bit too dynamic at the moment. How do you get that stereo image to show? I'll put that in the chat right now. I need to piss. Again. So, one little key break. Let's see, tracks. I'll give you I'll give you this version of the tune. Different version. Anyways, I'm gonna be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue working on this. So, see you in just a bit. Okay, let's go. We're back. Oh, sorry. Okay, so let's start with some EQ on the drums. Can definitely have a little boost there on the kick. Don't really need much else, but I think it needs a little bit of extra noise. Make a MIDI track. Let's add a serum to that MIDI track. MIDI of that one. Turn this one off and let's grab one. Something like that. That's without. Maybe shorter though. Maybe. Playing around with the phase is going to change how it sounds in the transient. It's very subtle, but go to this section so we have a little bit more kicks. That sounds pretty good. Let's just call that kick noise. Yeah, this shouldn't be much low end, but okay, so let's go to the acoustic kick drum, and I think I want to get some of that low end out of there, so because it's still layering a little bit with the low end of the main kick, and you can also see in the tail here that there's some low end oscillation happening. That is the low end of the acoustic kick, basically. And it looks it's fine now, but as soon as we start adding bass and we have sub going on here, that low end oscillation that's coming from the acoustic kick is actually gonna clash with the sub bass of the bass lines. So you don't want that. We basically want to make the kick sort of like cut off probably around here in this area, somewhere right around here. So have it like going down to up about here. We can still have some of the noise continue, some of the high frequencies, but that low oscillation there, that needs to be dealt with basically. So I'm just gonna use Pro Q3 for that, I think, because that is like, it's a dynamic EQ and we can do that with a dynamic EQ. Let's put shaper box, and I can actually turn shaper box off first and just play the acoustic snare by itself, so you can hear what you can do with this. So that is the kick drum, of course, I mean. So that's the kick. Now we can also emphasize a section, for instance. So you can create a point, right click and make it dynamic. And if we bring this down, and every time it comes in, it's gonna take that section down, right? So if you put this in the low end, it's taking down the low end every time the kick hits. But during the tail, it brings back up that low end a little bit. So it's still there in the tail. It's just removed in the transient now. So what we want is we want it the opposite direction, right? So we can do that. Now it's going to boost it in the transient. And then we want to do this. So that line becomes straight again, but this is a cut. So now it's still in the... Now that low end is still part of sort of like the transient and the start of the sound. And we can even bring this up a little bit more. But it removes it a little bit from the tail, which is quite cool. Not sure if that is the best option for what we have here, but try it out. I also need to bring these tracks down a bit because we're clipping like crazy on the group. Let's just bring these down a bit. Tracks. Same on these two tracks so that they're all same level. That way we give ourselves a little bit of headroom again as well. Still clipping a little bit, but that's fine with me. That's not that big of a deal. Of course, we need to turn this one on as well. See, so you can hear the difference as well. If we bring this all the way down, you can hear the low end coming back in the tail. So to show you that it's actually different, if we turn the dynamics off, see, that's what it would sound like without the dynamic processing. So if we just make a cut there, that's what it would sound like. Sounds fine, to be honest. If we enable it. totally different. Something like that, maybe. Also gonna give you guys a little bit of a volume boost again because we I can also use a Pro L, but fuck it, we've already loaded the trash now. Just do a little electric trash again. Bring this one down quite a bit. Starting to become pretty nice already. Yeah, I like this. Oh yeah, transient shaping, of course. I'm like, what haven't I done yet that I still need to do? Transient shaping, that's what we need to do. Let's tighten things up, because that's when things are really gonna become nice, in my opinion. I'm gonna start with this, just on the kick. There we go. Really don't need all that tail. Need that. I'm actually thinking of changing up the head pattern in this this first section. In this section it's fine. But in this section I think I want to change it. So let's go and mute these and turn these back on. See if we can come up with a nice head pattern for this section. I'm thinking of something that has more like emphasis on those snare drums, because the snare drums are hitting on the second beat and then the off beat between the third and the fourth. Get something like this. Probably better. We can even that's pretty good. Oh yes, with an open head or sort half open. That's really gonna emphasize that extra kick there. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Okay, I want to try out a couple of different hats maybe. We're using the 14 Minor Bison's Dual. Guys, help me remember. If I forget which one we had, that's the one. You know what? I'm making a photo of my screen. That's the one that I had. Okay, cool. You can favorite ones in here. That's a little bit of it. You can already hear how different hats are gonna completely change it as well. Oh, that one is a little bit harsh. I don't like that one. It adds like a nice resonance to the snare as well. Okay, that's a good contender. One is dirty. I actually think why I did that, so that I have them separate. So that I have them all separate and I have them in audio, basically. I find working in audio nicer, easier. It helps me commit to something, but I still do like keeping the original so that when I need to have variations, I can just make them. Or when I'd like now, the heads need to be different, then I can just find different heads. I really like this though, this one. That might actually be nice too. Now I wouldn't delete these heads completely that I already made. I would just put these somewhere aside, you know? So just leave them there so that you have them, might be able to use them as a layer, you know? But I do think that this is going to be better, this pattern. It's a really interesting head pattern, actually. I really like it. Now there's some volume differences happening as well throughout this thing, and that's because of this thing. Okay, let's see. Let's go into the Addictive Drums kit. Original pitches. God damn it. I should just duplicate this kit, to be honest, but whatever, or save it, but whatever. I think we might want to do that. Because this hi-hat is a little bit darker than the other one. I'm going to record the volume randomization from this one. I know it's always going to be this, has some random volume. So take the output of the Addictive Drums Hats channel, arm that track, and we're just going to let it do 2 passes. Okay. Now we have that, but inside of here we actually have 2 passes of it. And if we now mute this one and then send this one to the Addictive Drums kit. See, it has the random velocities printed into the actual MIDI now. These are now randomized according to what I set in this random velocity here. So we now do have a little bit of variety, and I can listen to it and say, in combination with the drums, which part of this I like most. Like, we're repeating this thing 3 times. Almost 4 times, but we're repeating it 3 times in total. So we can see which one of those sounds best in terms of the randomization. And I have another 3 right here. So that one has a louder first hat. Somewhere. Where is it? That hat that hits on the snare. First one is louder than the second one, and that kind of creates a nice accent. You hear that? On this one, it's louder than on the other one. So we could, for instance, say, I like that. Put that right here. Here. And take this and put it. That's kind of nice. And here it's all about I think this last section is what I want. That here, drop it here, and we need here. Pretty good. Pretty good. We can play around with maybe having that one here as well, so we get an extra open head there, but maybe quieter. Okay, let's consolidate this section real quick to see if I hear a nice same. Here we're going to do a little bit of a change somewhere. Let's see, I think I'm going to make these a little bit louder. Ones that hit right in the middle, because they were brought down a bit. I'm going to do a little bit of that. Yeah. Maybe even a little bit more. That they really are accentuated, those. So we have these. And these. Now I'm going to bring them up a little bit more. Yeah. Might want to play around a little bit with the level of it on the first kick. Maybe increase those a bit as well. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Maybe these kick. Maybe those a little bit. You can see how these small changes make a huge effect to how the final drum groove sounds. Like, spend time on this stuff because it really, really matters. Like, if we compare this to, for instance, a pattern with all the velocities that are pretty much exactly the same every time, and there's no variety, it's just gonna sound super static and really boring. And playing around with this, or like triggering the same head sample over and over just in a row, it's gonna sound so much more boring than what we're doing now. That one is nice. Let's record it. Oh, let's start here. And are we getting just the heads? I think we are. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so now we have those hats, and we can mute this one, and we can drop these right here, so they are processed the same as this one. Actually really like the head pattern. This could be a really good pattern for the intro as well or something. Like just that. Maybe put a transient shaper on it to make them a bit shorter. And you've got a really nice intro pattern for the heads, or this. Or head pattern for the intro. This is also good. Just loop that, for instance. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. We can definitely make that. It's like, yeah, this already gives me ideas. But overall, it already starts sounding like a pretty good drum pattern now. Still not totally there. Might be able to just do it with a bit of EQ. Yeah, we need to do some mid-side EQ stuff, because we lose quite a bit in mono. See? Dun, dun, dun. It's mostly gonna be on this one though. Grab you. I mean, we can also just do it on the entire. Too much. Sides. is no compression on the drums. Now it's almost exactly the same in mono and stereo. Dial it back a little. That's better. No. I would worry about the mono compatibility, especially for the drums. The drums and the bass. The other sounds I wouldn't really matter too much, unless it's like really phase canceling. Yeah, then it's definitely something you want to fix. But for the drums, especially, you want to make sure that they don't sound too different when you sum it to mono. Especially you don't want them to lose a lot of power and a lot of character, because if that happens, then if it's in a mono setup in a club, for instance, then your track sounds completely different, because the drums are the backbone of your track. You know, so if let's say there's let's say you have a really punchy drum kit, but there's a lot of the punch is also in the sides, and then it's summed to mono, and then that kind of disappears a little, and then suddenly your drums sound too weak because you're missing something that adds up to the punch, and now you're missing that. So you want to make sure that most of that is in the center. For the bass, it's kind of important too, but mostly for the sub. For the mid-range and the high-end, it's not necessarily that important. You can have width there, it's not that big of a deal. Sub is a bit more, you know, sub is definitely a little bit more where you want to keep things mono, or close to mono at least. And on heads and stuff, yeah, that's just gonna be wide. No, there's no compression on this, man. Just saturation. There's just some isotope trash on it throughout, like this one. It's just the electric trash preset, like I usually use. Just back it down a bit, mix it in, and the clip control. Very low settings, and just mix it in. You know, just to beef up the volume. And it's also kind of cutting off the peaky transients and the really dynamic transients and such, and it's just making everything a little bit more even. I wonder how it looks right now. Let's see how sort of like balanced things are right now. I mean, you can get away with stereo drums. Don't get me wrong, you can get away with stereo drums, but it needs to be stereo in a way where it's not, like, it's not necessarily disappearing when it's summed to mono. It's just less wide, if you get what I mean. But the tonal, well, how do you say it? The sonic quality of the sound itself shouldn't change too much. It's just the width that should feel like it changes. But if you actually have, like, let's say what I just had, like, when I summed it to mono, I could literally hear the resonances in the snare just change, and that's because there's some stuff happening that's clashing with each other between the mids and the sides, or something else. Maybe there's, I don't know, something else going on, but that's something you want to fix. But if you have width, and as soon as you sum it to mono, you just hear the sound get centered, and other than that, it still sonically sounds pretty much the same. It's just less wide. Then you're pretty much good. Then you can have them really wide. I mean, that's not really a big of a deal, as long as that remains the same. At least that's my opinion. And from analyzing other tracks, that's what I usually find out as well. If I get the stems from tracks for like remix competitions or something, and you analyze them, it's something I definitely notice. that people definitely take care of like what they do in the sides, and it's not necessarily maybe for everybody that consciously that they do it. They just, you know, do it by ear, but yeah, that does make a lot of, if even if you do it by ear, if you do it a lot, then at some point you're gonna make sort of like similar decisions. Oh, Robin S, welcome to the crash course making drums. I want to play around a little bit with the kit because let's find a ride. We don't have a ride yet, so I'm going to go into here and let's just I'm just gonna pick a random one. Do that one. Because there's no processing on it whatsoever. There is processing on it, but it's not pitched yet and such, and we want to pitch this one probably. So pitch it up a bit. Did you add or cut in the sides? No, I definitely cut in the sides. Like, I did it on the entire drums group right here, but this is what I did. So I just basically did a, what is that, 12 dB per octave low pass, or high pass, rolling off at 350. So it's not removing everything below 350, it's just rolling everything off, and this is just getting quieter and quieter. But it is kind of removing most of the sub. You could theoretically add like another one somewhere around here that is like set to a much steeper curve so that it really cuts everything in this area, but this is already sounding pretty good, and I can always get, like, I usually get back to these things as well, and I just fine-tune them later, and I open this up again, and I go, what if I do that? But that's stuff that I'll, you know, that happens along the way, basically. Energy writer perk. I wanna, you know, get as much elements that I might need in the track as possible, so like laid out. So I want to set up a ride. I might want to try and see what of the other perks in there are, because there's bongos as well and other types things that we might be able to use. But we're getting somewhere. This is already sounding like a pretty big drum pattern, and what I'm definitely also gonna do is make a bunch of variations for the snare drum, because there's so many other snares as well, and I might want to have like a couple of snare drums that are lower pitched that I can use in a transition, for instance, or to accentuate a snare, or maybe I want to have a very high pitched snare. I don't know, something like that. Or just a couple of other snares in the same pitch as this one, but from other snares in Addictive drums. Just tune them to the same pitch, and then, because this snare drum is hitting D sharp 3, so if I just tune them all to that key, then I can just make variations of different snares that all are running through the same processing, so they are gonna have a similar kind of sound. And that way we can really start going crazy afterwards with like all the types of snares that we have, and maybe, you know, have one section playing a slightly different snare, or... And then when we do that, we can also bounce all the ghost snares, because those are coming from the same snare drum as well, so then we have all kinds of different ghost snares as well that we can use. This is pretty much more like the first patch, and I'm actually, what I think I'm gonna do after the stream is just make, like, these are all MIDI tracks. Even though this one is just a kit by itself, and these are all the other things. So, can you export groups? No, you cannot, right? You cannot save a group, right? Or can? Oh yes, I think you can drag this into your. Oh yeah, you can. Nice. I'm just gonna put this group into my own folder, so that every time I need drums, I can just drag this group in, write the drum pattern, open up the Addictive drums, start messing with the kit, bounce the samples, and there you go. This is literally a stream of me just making drums and just setting myself up a really good patch that I can use in the future as well for any track that I'm working on that needs big drums, basically. And you guys learn along the way, so that's good. Right? Damn it, I need to piss again. Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to do that, because otherwise I'm just gonna get... I'll be back in just a little bit. We cannot have a full bladder. Easy and quick. Yeah, I'll be easy and quick, for sure. Anyways, I'll be back in just a bit. Okay, there we are. We're back. What were we doing? Oh yeah, right. No clue where the rights are on drums. Find them. Send this to the Addictive drums kit. Bring the kit up. See when. Okay, there. Loud as fuck. Here, and let's start by it. Bit better, I think. That's so fun, that offset for the overhead in the room, but on the right it's not really doing much because it is just the overhead in the room. There's no dry right. Probably just gonna have a right pattern like that we can bring in somewhere. Back or something off the track. Or gonna be like that, like what we have here. Loop that section. And I'm going to take our MIDI velocity device and let's set that to 10. I use my MIDI controller normally, but not right now. We're making drums, so we're not really using the MIDI controller at the moment, and I need a new one as well. So my one is it's dying. Let's just say that. Pitch bend wheel, I had to turn that one off because it doesn't reset properly to 0 anymore. So when I do a pitch bend, then afterwards my pitch bend is off, and I have to manually adjust it inside of the plugin. The 4 key is also broken, so it only works when I press it really hard, and then you still don't hear anything until you let go of the note. Then it plays the note, which is super awkward. So yeah, I need to get a new MIDI controller, but it still works fine. As long as I don't play any skills that have the key of C, then I'm fine for now. I'm just waiting to make some more money, basically. Like that one. Let's have variation in the MIDI. Record this track and record the output of track. I think the first one was pretty good already. See it? It records that, but it's different every time, so I think the first one was pretty good. Here, and turn this one off. Now I don't think we're gonna use, but maybe. So for that we would have something that's more like that. Something like that probably. Well, I have an idea for this particular track, and I roughly know where I want it to go and what type of drums I want for that track. If I still have it here. But no, I have something in mind for this one, yeah. So I know what I want to have in terms of the drums. So I'm just making whatever I think is gonna help and what is gonna be useful for that. You can already hear where that is going. I don't know, something like that. Go back to what I had before though. Anyways, that's just the rough idea that I had in my head for the pitch of the bass. And I'm probably gonna make this a rhythmic thing, so you get like a dun 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 or something like that. Dun dun dun. Probably. And then maybe layer something on top. I don't know. Right now it's just a detune saw. But this could be a layer, maybe. This could be a layer to the bass, probably. Has a good amount of sub. But it needs to be more rhythmic, for sure. Well, I mean, I don't really have that a lot, to be honest. A lot of times I don't really know what I'm gonna do beforehand, or I think I know what I want to do, but then I do something and I end up doing something completely different. But this one I really know what I kind of want to do. I have an idea for what I want my music to sound like. I've been thinking about that in the past few months. And one of the things that I always, and we can talk about this a little bit, one of the things that I always really liked about drum and bass back in the day were how many times people would use cinematic sounds in the intros. Now, back in the day, they were mostly sampled from movies, to be quite honest, or trailers of movies. But these days, you know, you don't really hear it a lot anymore. You don't really hear those that often anymore. There's still every now and then, but a lot of times these days people just heck, there's even so many tracks with just 32 bar intros these days, and it's just 32 bar intro, about 30 seconds, call it a day, into the drop, let's go, you know? Which is good. I mean, I get it. If you're mostly making the tracks for, you know, to be played out and for DJs and just have people party to them, that's fine, but like, I also like it when when a track doesn't just have that. You know, you can have a track that's good for parties, but still have a nice intro that sets a really nice mood, and have people actually have a nice track to listen to at home as well. So I really like it when people take some time to set something in the intro and set like a nice vibe. And I've been thinking about what I want to do with that, and I really want to have some more like, what I really like about drum and bass is like if it has like of course there's good tracks that are just like simple and stick mostly to one note for the bass and are just mostly rhythmic. That's fine too. There's great tracks like that, but the ones that I usually really like are tracks that have some kind of, still they're heavy and modern sounding, but they usually still have some kind of a melodic element to it, or some kind of a thing that adds a nice harmony to the bass or something. Like, of course, Camo and Crooked are absolute masters at that kind of stuff, but there's plenty of artists doing similar things, or not necessarily similar to how their sounds, but like just in terms of like adding a more melodic element to the tracks. It doesn't need to be just purely one note bass lines to be heavy, if you get what I mean. Harder to pull it off though, have melodic elements in your heavy tracks and not get it to be, you know, too cheesy or something like that. It's hard, but I would say Noisia is definitely masters of it. Like they definitely are great at that. They've got plenty of tracks as well where they don't do that. I mean, I'm not saying that that's something I always want to do, but there's definitely something in that that I really like about those kind of tracks where they do have some kind of melodic structure to it. And maybe it's just a two chord progression that is used in the intro, and then the drop, the chords go away, but the bass follows the bass notes of those two chords. And you have sort of like two sections where one section is lower pitched than the other one, for instance, or maybe the other way around. Or you use that somehow in the drop. Not necessarily a specific artist. Yeah, DJ-friendly tunes is definitely what people are mostly making these days, which is fine. But like I say, I think you can make DJ-friendly tunes that are still also interesting enough to also listen to at home. Like a DJ-friendly tune doesn't necessarily need to have a short intro. I mean, DJs prepare their shit if you're a good DJ anyway. Set up cue points, you set up the spots where you might want to start the track from depending on the moment in the set. Like, I'm not a DJ, but even I know that, right? So, like, I'm pretty sure I could DJ with a little bit of practice, but I just never really had the gear or anything like that, or had the interest. Kind of want to now, but it's almost impossible to get gear. I've been trying a little bit, like a couple of months ago. I was like, oh, I might get some gear for like playing around with DJing a little bit at home, just practicing a bit. And I was looking at the controllers and all the stuff, and I was like, what? Like literally everything is sold out. So yeah, I was like, oh, whatever. But yeah, it's like you can have a DJ-friendly intro that's still long, as long as you don't do any like strange time signature things. It's still DJ-friendly, as long as you stick to sections of 4, 8, 16 bars. It's gonna be fine. And if a DJ wants to set up a cue point at the end of the, or at the start of the build-up, then he can do that. Right? Now I do, yeah, if you're gonna do like weird, I don't know, 12 8-time signature parts or something, 7 8-time signature parts somewhere in your intro, then yeah, that's a little bit of a dick move. Yeah, I like long intros. I like it, especially when it's an intro that really sets a big moment that you and like a DJ, especially when it's an intro that sort of like ends with like a 16 bar build that can be used on its own to mix into a different track. But if a DJ wants to, he can drop it all the way from the start and have like a nice little break moment, which is super epic in the middle of his set with the tune. So you can, that's what I like when people do that. If it's a tune that really has like, you can use it two ways. You can just, if you want, you can start it from the build and it would still work, but if you really want to get the full pleasure, then you need to listen to the entire intro, right? Like honestly, back in the day when I used to listen to tracks, I was one of those people that literally would a lot of times be, especially back in the day, there wasn't much, well, not often you would see a very different second drop. Most of the time second drop was just a copy of the first. Maybe there was a little extra lead on top or something, or a little pluck thing, or little lead step thingy or something. But most of the time it was just the same as the first drop. So I was literally one of those kids who would, every time the first drop would be over, I would just be like, and go back to the intro, to the start of the track. Like, I would literally love it when there's like a sick intro with like, I don't know, a sick vibe or like a sick vocal sample from a movie or something. I would love those intros. I would almost love the intro more than the drop at some point, if for some tracks at least. Like there are also that's the other thing, of course, with those tracks. Like, or with, if you do that, there's this big chance that you're making the intro so big that then you're making a drop and you kind of get that anticlimax thing where the drop is not heavy enough for what the intro wants, if you get what I mean. That's also a problem with that though. So that's something, that's a thing I used to have in the past, where I would just always, I wasn't capable of making really heavy drops. At least not as heavy as I needed them to be, because I just wasn't as good as I am now. Personal rewind. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, nowadays, like most of the days, a lot of times, people would put some effort into the second drop, make like a different version or a half-time version or something like that. So it makes more sense to listen to the entire track, but you also have to keep in mind, like back in the day, drum and bass tracks would easily be 7 minutes long. What? Why shorten the second drop with 16 bars? Why? Why not have both drops be 64? Come on. What? 16 bar breakdown and build? Why? Why not have like a 32 bar breakdown and then a 16 bar build? That's what they do back in the day. It was like, people would literally drag tracks out for quite long compared to now. So I guess that's also why I would do that, but it also really depends on the track, of course. If it was a track with a really good intro, that's when I would do that. That's when I would be like, oh yeah, let's hear that again. Like the and sometimes it's just a really good example is the that's one track that I used to play a lot when I grew up, is the early Noisia track Stigma. That intro where it starts with just that sort of like, what is it, almost a bass guitar kind of synth, that bum 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 bum, that thing, but it starts just by itself, and I don't think that happens ever again later in the track, and it's just really nice hearing that thing by itself for some reason. If you get what I mean. That would also be a reason to sometimes just go like, yeah, I'm just gonna go back to the intro. I could listen to the second drop, which is the same as the first, but I would rather hear that thing again by itself, you know? And then the second time, listen to the second drop as well. Got 3 drops. Hey. Or I would be riding my bike with my old Discman and my CD would just skip back to the start of the track. That would sometimes also happen, but that's a whole nother story. Not sure if some of you watching are actually capable of understanding that, but if you're old enough, then you do. Man, I still remember it so well. Wearing the most baggy ass jeans that we had back in the skater days, just so that we could fit that Discman into your pocket, just barely. You had to literally squeeze it in there, and it was like tight, but hey, there was no small MP3 players or anything. Just literally Discman, and before that, even the Walkman. That was even more sick. Back in those days. I guess we can record that right. Not sure why I have multiple tracks for this now, because we really only need one. But in case we want to record the entire kit, we have multiple tracks, so... Oh man, every time I was used to ride my bike, I would have that Discman in my pocket, you know, and you would just be riding your bike, and the first few minutes it goes fine, and then after a little while it just starts skipping. It just, oh man. And you would have to slow down and pedal slower and wait until it stops skipping, and then, okay, slowly pick up speed again, and it would go, stay good for like a minute or two, and then start skipping again, and oh. I mean, I'm Dutch, I cycle quick, you know, but yeah, it's, if you're old enough, then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, same thing with my skateboard as well, yeah, totally. Totally, same thing as well with skateboard. Okay, so we have the ride as well now. Not sure where we're gonna use that, but we have it, so that's nice. 1249. I want to try out playing around a little bit, making a couple of different snare drums, maybe. So I'm going to not change the one in this kit. I want to keep this one, because I still need to save it and everything and make myself a nice template. So I'm just going to duplicate this. Call it kit 2. Once to. I should have saved before doing that. Save now. 2. And I'm going to swap out this one, the MIDI of this one, to kit 2. And the same thing for the ghost snares. So that we can enable these. Disable the ghost snares right here. And disable the snare here as well. Yes. And here, copy paper box right here and put that on the 2. Let's just put that on here. Just remember to turn it off when we record it. Then we can hear it with the fundamental, with the digital fundamental. Turn something on. Why is that one so quiet? This? Ah, okay. Oh yeah, of course. We need to add another one. That one is gonna go to kit. To shaper box. Why are the ghost snares so quiet? Okay, let's not do the sidechain. Let's not do the sidechain. We'll just do it without sidechain. Doesn't matter. Oh, and we need to turn the ride off as well, by the way. Double ride. So let's try out some other snares, shall we? Start here. So let's try that one. Hear it with the rest, so I'm just gonna mute these gonna play this group. So let's turn back on as well. So we just have this. Now we just get the snare drum from this other kit, by the way. The other stuff is all coming from this kit still, so... My screen needs to be bigger. So I can see what the pitches are. That's hitting on an E, so this would have to be the same pitch, or the right pitch. Let's just record those as well. I kind of like it. Like a transition somewhere. Okay. I think it's time that we start streaming soon because I'm losing track of stuff. Just the snare and the ghost snares. And then we can... find another nice one. Let's turn the right. No. That's hitting a B, so... Ooh. You know I'm recording that. Hey. Wait. Oh, my bad. We need to do this again. We need to record them separately. Okay. Remember what we just did? Because that was pretty cool. I liked the sound of those both. Let's just record this one first. This. Turn this one off. and because I have all the parts separate and I'm not printing it to a single break, I also have the opportunity to take parts away, so we get a pattern like that, you know? Like this. If I had printed everything into a single break, it would have been so much harder to do that cleanly without, you know, like chopping things up too much and getting like clear chops. Because that's sometimes not nice, right? If you have a break and the snare drum bleeds into the shuffle that's after it and you cut it up and you want to make a more 8-note type pattern, but then you have gaps in between the snare drum and the hi-hat, for instance. There's pure silence, and then you get that clear, choppy kind of feeling, and it's not always nice. So I like keeping them separate. Okay, let's record the Go snares. Those, let's drop. Then we are gonna go back to the other one. That one was pretty nice as well. That one was a bit lower in terms of the sound. Was this one? Board. We're just making variations, basically, that I might use or might not use. Who knows? But it's always good to have. Like, when you have a thing set up like this, try and get as much out of it as you can, even if you don't use them straight away, but save them as samples in your sample pack folder. Later that you've made yourself, so that's always good. Try find another good one. Not really gonna do much else tonight. It's 1 AM. I have about 30 minutes or so left, so I figured do 30 more minutes of snares. Because we don't like garbage snares on this channel, am I right? Sure. Is there anybody still watching? That's the question. That was the one we had at 12, right? Yeah. Pretty good. I kind of like the high-pitched sound of it as well. Might actually be good for the drop, to be honest. But that's the other thing. I don't know exactly yet because we don't have the bassline yet, so it's good to have different variations of this snare drum, and I might actually do it for the kick drum as well after the stream. It's really good to have these, and I'm also gonna keep them as samples, so I'll be able to use them later. And because it's especially like the ones for the kick, for instance, it's literally just like there's just isolated kick drums in here, so you can just bounce this as a loop, right? These two separate probably, so this section and then this one, bounce them to loops, and then do that for all of these parts that I made, and put them in my sample folder. Might even put them in the, I might even put them in one of the Patreon packs for the next month. I'm gonna be posting the one for this month pretty soon. I've been working on that one. Got some nice stuff already, I think. Have I? I hope I have. Where are they? Not sure where they are. They are somewhere, but I don't have the folder here right now. Yeah, I'm working on the pack for this month right now, which is going to be up in one of the upcoming days. But for next month's pack, the one of January, might include some of these things. Make some breaks for you guys with this template that I made today, because I can use this and easily play around with the kit. I have all the processing on here, everything is set up. I can easily just bounce things and make breaks for you guys with this. So if you guys want, Patreon. Put the link in the chat. You guys started at 8:30. Nice. Nice. I mean, it's fun. I like making drums. But I don't like making drums when I'm working on a track. That's the thing. I don't like it when I'm working on a track. I don't want to have to spend, you know, 4 or 5 hours working on making the perfect drum loop. I want to be able to just grab something, you know, and that I made already. That's going to be so much quicker and easier, and this is the way to do that. Or being able to just drag this template in. I'm just gonna, you know, save this group in my folder with templates. There. Just save that in my folder with templates, and then when I'm working on a track and I'm like, oh, I need to make a break, I need to make drums, drag that group in. There you go, ready to set up. You only have to do it once. It's just, you need to be able to, you need to remember to just save these things when you've done it. I normally wouldn't do, so I'm teaching myself all these things and teaching myself to be organized. And I'm organizing all my samples and doing everything like that. I mean, you can see what I've done today, right? It's not an easy thing. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort, and that's also the whole reason why I said I don't want to have to do this when I'm trying to make a track, when I'm trying to put an idea down that I have in my head, when I have a track that an idea for a bass line or a drop. I don't want to have to do this, because that's gonna get you stuck and make you forget the idea, right? Just set yourself an entire day or an afternoon. Just sit down and just do this. Do nothing but this. And just listen to what happens. Because I don't exactly know what I have to do. Like, at the start of the stream, I don't exactly know which knobs I have to twist to get to this result. I'm just listening and just making changes, just twisting and seeing what happens, and when it sounds good, right? It's just... And as you go, it starts to sound better and better. At least that's what it should do. If it doesn't do, then you know that you've done something along the way where you screwed that up. And you either have to backtrack or you have to just try again. But that's what you learn from, right? It's you need to make those mistakes to get better at it. A great knob twisting. Yeah, exactly. I mean, with processing, the processing isn't that complicated of what I did here. It's mostly happening in Addictive drums. Like, what's coming out of Addictive drums is pretty much unprocessed, right? Just play this. This is literally just what's coming out of Addictive drums. So that's already quite heavy. It's about maybe 80% there, right? So, and from there it's not that much different. From there there's not that much other processing happening. It's mostly just a little EQ. Like on the hats, there's a little bit of EQ, just getting rid of some of the sub and some of the low frequency rumble that's there that you don't need, boosting some of the high frequencies just to make that sit a little bit more up front. On the snare, again, just a high pass, and then we have that dynamic EQ that's just taking care of a little bit of that fundamental that's in the tail that we don't need necessarily because we have a digital fundamental synthesized. And I could high pass it there as well instead of doing this, but high passing it also takes away too much of it, so a lot of times you don't want to cut something out completely, but you just want to decrease it a bit. And that's what this is doing. But that's basically it. So it's just some EQ. And on there, a sidechain to make sure that it's not clashing with the synthesized snare. And even that one, there's no processing on it. It's just straight out of Serum. And the only thing happening here is a little bit of saturation with the tube. And then a slight boost in the high end. That's it. So, I mean, there isn't really much processing happening here. And on the group again of the snare, EQ, just a very subtle EQ. It's not that much, to be honest. And some transient shaping, just bringing the sustain down to make it all a little bit tighter. And that's just gonna be the same for a lot of these things. Like I'm gonna show you the snare or the kick drum right now real quick. It's the same thing. Acoustic kick drum from the break, we're just high passing it a little. Same thing happening here, but instead of doing it right here where the fundamental of the snare drum would be, we're doing it where the fundamental of the kick drum sits. So we're just doing the same thing but a little bit lower pitched. Getting rid of a bit of the sub from that break kick drum because we have a digital kick drum that's replacing it. And then the same thing again, the sidechain to make it not clash. A little bit of extra noise that we added. Again, only processing here, just a high pass and a bit of a boost in the high frequencies. And here we have the digital kick. Again, no processing. Just a little bit of tube. Then on the group, a boost in the low end, because it's a kick drum, right? So you want to have a bit more bass there to just to emphasize that a bit, give it a bit more body. And then again, same thing here, bringing the sustain down to make it a bit tighter. So it's a very similar thing that happens on pretty much all these things. Ghost snare is exactly the same. Again, a high pass set to whatever position is good for that group. And that's just, like, the kick drum is definitely going to be, there's no high pass on the kick, right? Because you need that sub there. But on the ghost snares, you can high pass it a bit. And then, again, I'm just bringing the sustain down. And on this one, I decided to boost the attack a little as well, just to give those a bit more attack. But yeah, it's all very subtle. There's not much going on. And on the group, we've got that mid-side EQ that's just taking care of that stereo thing, so that it's not, that it doesn't change too much when we change it to mono, when we sum the whole drums to mono. There's still some width, but it's mostly sitting in the high frequencies. And sometimes you could also then give it a little boost in the mids, for instance, in these areas where you've cut something away in the sides, to kind of emphasize that, but I don't think we need that right now. And then just a bit of trash to kind of give it some saturation, make it all a little bit louder. But it's pretty, yeah, it's not that hard to do. It's just, it takes time. And as soon as you kind of, you just need to do it a couple of times to kind of get good at it. That's just the way it is. It's not going to be easy to get good at this. Tomorrow you have a date with Addictive drums. I mean, go for it. I mean, if you can learn how to do Addictive drums well, or any type of these tools, you could do this with one-shot samples of acoustic drums as well. It's just a little bit easier if you have something like Addictive drums, but Superior Drummer works too, or some Contact library. But yeah, if you get good at that, it's going to open up a lot of options, because you don't have to rely on breaks from sample packs. You can just make your own. And that's going to be so much better because you have full control over the sound. And you can say, like, you don't have to hunt for exactly that break that you need, right? You have to go like, oh, where is it? I know I have it somewhere, but where is it? It's somewhere in this folder with like 500 breaks from sample packs, but which one is it? No, you can just make one. And if you, especially as soon as you've made like one template or one kit, save that as a preset in Addictive drums, or save the entire group if you're using Ableton. And then when you've made another one, save that one as well, so you have all the variations as well. So if you're working on a different track, you can try out a couple of different ones. Which one works best? Oh, this one works good. Oh, use that one. Play around a little bit with it. It's just so much easier. How do you treat the overhead mics within Addictive drums? Well, that's why I do that recording thing as well. Like the overheads, I have done some processing on it in Addictive drums. Mostly just EQ on the overheads. Just a bit of EQ, just kind of making a bit of a smiley face EQ, if you get what I mean. And on the room, yeah, same thing, just a bit of EQ, just slightly different. So I'm just EQing them, that's it. Yeah, I just have them on here, and then when I bounce it to audio, I just because I've split this up into different MIDI tracks, right? I just have all of the different tracks here. Actually, I should. Why I have two different head patterns here, but oh, that's the recorded version of this. Huh, interesting. Well, because I have different MIDI tracks here, I can just mute the ones that I don't need and mute the one or enable the one that I want to record, and then just record it on a different track in audio when I want to have it. But that way you get like you can do it inside of the kit as well. Like if you just play the kit, do it pretty easily. Too. Like you can do this. Let's say you want to export the kick drum, but now it's only exporting the dry kick drum if you're gonna bounce it now, right? And if you solo the overheads as well, now you're also getting the snare drum. So you can mute this one and then mute the hi-hat as well. Or you can just go in here and click kick, solo the kick with everything enabled here. Bam, export. And now you get the kick drum with the overheads and the room already on it. There's no way to do that with these routings here. Like if you do any of these routings, it's always gonna do the dry version. That's gonna go out of the plugin. There's no way to do like the kick drum with the overheads and the room of just the kick going out of the plugin, which kind of makes sense because that's also not how you would record a real drum kit, right? You would have like a separate mic picking up everything on like the overheads, and the same thing for the room. So it makes sense, but I like when I'm making drums for drum and bass to actually have that room and overhead sound printed in the drum sample that I made for the kicks and for the snares. But I do like to have those separate because that opens up so much more possibilities when you're chopping it up later, or when you want to, you know, make little edits and you don't have to worry about, you know, chopping it up and then getting all these gaps in between the notes or in between the drums where there's like pure silence because you had to chop it so short to get rid of a little extra shuffle thing that happened after the drum sound, you know? It's just nicer to have them separate, in my opinion. But yeah, that's how I would do it. But I really like this method of doing breaks. Oh, not do that. Let's go. Another snare drum. That one is a lot higher pitched, G3. Go 4 down, so not a big fan of that one. Yeah, when I would look at that, I would look at the highest peak. The highest peak, so like the highest and lowest peak that you can find most of the times. Unless there's like a really loud sub thingy happening, then that could be the case. Like if you have like some saturation happening on it, you can already see it here. When the snare hits, there's like a bit of a bump happening here as well, but there's clearly a loud peak happening around this range. Or here. See? So that's the fundamental of the snare. It's pretty clearly visible, especially if we play just the snare drum by itself. Like if we mute everything else, if we... Oh yeah. We do that. That says it's D sharp 3. I kind of like this one as well. I like them like this as well. They're definitely going to be used like that as well in some kind of section. Making variations. Let's do one more. You guys don't mind, right? E, so that's gonna be going down to 7. Sure, I kind of like it, so sure which one is going to be the best for the track, you know, that's really going to be determined by the bass as well, so that's why I'm kind of just bouncing a lot of the different ones that we get right now. I guess we'll just do another one after this one. Actually, this one sounds pretty nice as well. A pretty good punch to it. I'm actually also quite amazed how the synth snare turned out. It actually turned out pretty good this time. By itself. Turned out pretty good. Most of the time I'm quite a bit of trouble making snares from scratch with synthesis, but I'm getting better at it. I've been practicing quite a bit lately. Watching some tutorials and making a couple of ones myself and just doing it a bunch of times. And now they are also turning out better, so that's a good sign. Always used to suck at synthesizing snare drums. Are kicks automatically mono in Addictive drums? I don't think so. Well, the sample might, the sample probably is. but the overhead signal is not, probably. Like, the sample itself is probably mono, like the one that the dry sample, but what is coming out of the overhead in the room is stereo. And that is also, the kick also affects the overhead in the room, because if we play just the kick drum, then you're gonna hear a lot from this as well, from these two tracks. And those are always going to be stereo, because that's just what the mics pick up. They pick up a stereo sound. But I'm not sure. Maybe the dry ones are mono. That could be the case. I think actually these are all mono, because if I look closely at these bars, there's only one row of lines. And on these ones, right here, if you can see that there's also a line in the middle, indicating that it's a stereo track, and not on any of these. So these are all mono. Which makes sense, because that's usually how you would record a real drum kit as well. You would record a real drum kit with mono microphones for the individual drums, and you would use stereo microphones for the overhead in the rooms. Most of the time you would even have double microphones for those. Create the stereo. No, definitely not. Definitely not mono the overhead channels, because that's where you get the width from. That's where you get the extra, the white stuff from. You just want to make sure that you do some EQ on it, and make sure that maybe the overheads are, well, like I said, like what I did afterwards. I did some mid-side EQing here. That's kind of taking care of some of the width, because the width is only coming from the overheads in the room. So by doing this, I'm affecting the overheads in the room. I'm not really affecting the dry version, the what is sitting in the center. That's unaffected. So yeah, exactly. The room and the overheads give it width, and that's what you definitely want to keep. But the single channels are mono, yeah. Now we have these as well. Guess we're gonna make another one. Okay, we need to go 2 up. And right now all of these snare drums are on the key of D sharp, but I'm probably after the stream, I'm gonna do, or maybe tomorrow, I'm gonna do the same thing again, but bounce them for A sharp, because A sharp is the perfect fifth above D sharp, so that's how I'm gonna probably make some lower pitched versions of these. So I'm just gonna use these same kits and just go to like the snares again, basically do the same process again and just bounce like versions on like a lower pitch that are A sharp. Because that could definitely also work in the track. And like I said, I have this drop in mind where I also want to maybe for different sections of the drop sometimes switch up the snare drum, so that you get like on a transition section maybe a lower pitch snare that sounds a lot bigger, or maybe just on the last snare drum, or just accentuate one with a different snare. So that's why these variations are going to come in handy. I'm fine with that one. And see how quick it now goes, because we have this setup. We can just right after each other keep recording them. There we go. We got another variation. It's as soon as you have the setup, you can make a lot of extra ones so much quicker, and that's probably what you should do as well. Like, take that time, because it's really gonna, well, it's just better, right? Having more options and just, well, not always, but when it comes to samples that you've made yourself, and you're probably gonna need some variation here and there, I think it's a good thing to spend some extra time and make some more. And you can see everything I'm doing every time is just checking what the pitch is. This one is roughly C sharp, so that's going to be up 2 again. 11. And now it's hitting D sharp, but I don't like this one, so next one. That one sucks. F sharp, so 2 down, going to 8, or what is it, 9. Eight. Ooh. That one is pretty big too. See, and I have checked all of these snares at the start of the stream, and I would have never picked this one. So this is also why it's good to make yourself a template and then just go through them again and just see which one or what they sound like now. And they sound completely different now, so. That one is really good. I need to turn that off. Why have I kept that on the entire stream? Where is it? Press it again. Oh, here, counting. I'll figure out which one is going to be the main snare later, but for now we have a good amount of variations already. Solid quits as well. I'm just gonna go for 1 or 2 more. I don't know, something. But thanks for being here, mate. Thanks for being here, and hope to see you again next week then. Ooh. Down 1. That one was pretty good too, not gonna lie. And like, I might even use like a main snare and then a different go snare from a different snare. That might also be really cool. Like combining, like I'm not, take for instance one of these, and then let's take one of these. I mean, they're all tuned to the same key, so it could actually be pretty fun having that in a track as well. Yeah, good night, man. Good night. Okay, one more. Then. Up one semitone. Yeah, okay, that'll be the one. That'll be the one for the last one for this stream. So, thanks for watching. Hope you guys learned something. I definitely had fun making these, so I'm definitely going to be able to use these. That's one thing that's for sure. And I'm going to have a lot more work to do going through that template with the other ones as well, because I want to do probably the same thing for the kicks. And maybe even for some of the hats as well. Find a couple of different hat variations as well. So I'm gonna have some more stuff to do tomorrow. That's for sure. But hey, it's all fun and it's gonna be very useful later. So yeah, that was a good stream. Much better than last week. So I'm not sure if anybody is still watching, but if you are, thanks. That was great. Thanks for the donations as well. Don't really have much to play for the end of the stream except drums. I'll just chuck this in here. You bound to rewind and watch again. You might have to wait a little bit for YouTube to process it though, because YouTube needs to process the stream entirely. But maybe on Twitch. Maybe on Twitch the VOD is available immediately, so you could check there. I'm not sure. I think YouTube for sure needs to process it first. So you probably cannot go back all the way to the start. You will only be able to watch like the last 2 hours or something. But it's going to be all available tomorrow for sure. Like it takes a couple of hours most of the times for YouTube to fully process a 6-hour stream. I'm not sure how long this one was. 5 hours and 7 minutes. It's a good stream though. Good stream. And we had a lot of fun making drums. So, that's gonna be it. Any final questions? Any final words? I'm getting hungry. I'll be streaming again next week. Not sure if I'll stream another time this weekend, but I'll let you guys know on Discord. Discord is in the chat right now. So if you want to join the Discord, click that link and it'll add you to my Discord server where you can come hang out and talk some more about music production or ask some more questions if you have them. I think most people are gone already, so I'm gonna call it quits now as well. If you have any more questions, just go to the Discord and keep up the great work. Yeah, I'll try, man. I'll try. This but yeah, this stream was a lot more fun than last week. So last week was a horrible stream. Don't go and rewatch that one. It wasn't my best piece of work. Let's just say that. Um, Last week I was super motivated and super inspired to go and do something, but then I did the stream and then just nothing good happened. It was just like such a shit stream. So I was like, today I need to do something else. I need to do something I know is gonna be good. Know is gonna be helpful. It's gonna be useful for me as well. So yeah, this was a good one. Anyways, thanks it. That's gonna be it. Thanks. Next week, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time is when I'll be back for sure. If I'm gonna be back at a different date or time, then I'll let you guys know on Discord and on Twitter at ArtifactsDNB on Twitter. So if you want to follow me there, then check that out. That's also where you can see me rant or respond to people when they screw up or when I have something to say or when I have an opinion about something. Then you can see that there. Okay, that's it. Thanks, and I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.